works, I'm going to take it. I'll accept such a thumbnail, because why not? That's silly. Alright. Yes. Do this, yeah? Yeah, cool. Alright. Bowl loaded up, all this fun stuff. I'm definitely worn out. Shit. Doggone. All right, there we go. Damn, feel good. That feels good. Yeah. All right. Oh, you know what? Here, do this. Let me do these shenanigans. There we go. Cool. Alrighty. Also, just noticed something a little weird too. I have a guideline strike, but I'm apparently still able to be doing my thing. I don't get it. I guess like YouTube has like a warning system about that now, I guess, which I find to be very odd. Like it'll be like, oh, it's a community strike, so we're either like, so I just be like, okay. But today it was like over like an old video from like fucking, at this point for sure, at least like 7 years ago. You know, like abouts. So I just don't get that. Like I don't get like how YouTube will get like the random ass shit from like, yeah, like from years ago and be like, well, no, this ain't safe no more, even though it's been on our platform forever. Just doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. It's just one of those things where it's like, honestly, I'm kind of glad at least it ain't like fucking on me that hard, but still is definitely annoying. But what you gonna do? What's you gonna do? I challenge it, but there isn't really much to challenge, I guess. Just because it's over like something that it's like one of those double negative things. Like it's like you can either prove that you're an adult, or, you know, or like or not. But how do you like do that for something like that, especially from years ago? Oh my goodness. Man, I gotta like enlighten, some shit about what I saw today too. The most weirdest birthday present, but you know what? Strangely enough, a welcome one. But I kind of want to wait a little bit before I release that info. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I know how I could do that. Hold up. Give me just a momento. There we go. Cool. Oh shit. Oops. Also do that. I saw my first Cybertruck today.
What?
I saw my first Cybertruck today.
Cybertruck?
Yeah, those new fucking things that like Tesla's had out for a little bit, but now it's just kind of released in the past year. The ugliest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know if you ever seen a picture of it, but you can pull it up on your phone and look at a picture. Like, they are the ugliest things in the world, dude. Oh my god. I took a few pictures of it because I couldn't help myself but be like, I have to document my wild encounter with one of these things. And it was like the worst wrap on it too, like, because when you order those stupid things, like, they come in with no paint or wrap or nothing. It's just raw stainless steel body. Just that's it.
Like a semi or?
No, they're not semis. They're meant to be like an EV all electric version of like an F-150 or whatever the fuck, basically, and it sucks. It's not even like.
Why do they buy? They don't have the technology to make those worthwhile for anyone that wants them.
Well, the thing is, they can. It's just that Elon Musk is retarded, and his design is shitty as fuck. Like, I mean, because in every way it doesn't work well, and also you can literally decapitate your fucking fingers if you close the trunk wrong because of how shitty it's been built. Like, it's just literally not a good design in any way. Like, there's been other companies like Ford and Chevy included that have actually made EV trucks and like hybrid EV vehicles, and they work way better and are way more efficient too. It's like it's not even like they aren't practical. Like, the concept of them are, but them Cybertrucks are legit dog shit. Like, you can, like, if you don't put a wrap on it yet, and you have just that shiny steel look on it, you could literally just do this. That, like, how some people like kind of have those little handprints on the car or whatever sometimes after use enough.
Yeah. Get those students
yeah, like, well, it will literally like legit damage, not just like leave a print, but actually damage like the surface of it, like to the point where the oils and all the shit on your skin will rust the fucking thing. They are so prone to rust, it's ridiculous. There's a few people that like bought them and it rains, for a little bit, and then like months later their shit started getting these rust spots all over the truck, and they're like, what the fuck is this? And they realize, oh, it's the rain, it's the exposure of the elements. And it's like, what the fuck? So people started realizing that and started wrapping them and putting all this other extra weird shit on it, which I guess is helped, but all these other problems have become really noticeable. And plus, like, this isn't just a thing of Cybertrucks, but also like Teslas, will sometimes just automatically lock their doors and you can't unlock them. Which people have like died from that a few times, so they're just not exactly safe. Even though they could. I wouldn't mind EVs. I just don't want Tesla making them. The only thing like Tesla's really got going for it, honestly, is that it at least kind of forced, a pioneering on, EVs and stuff. But they're pretty much like the Edison of our time, where they just like, yeah, we'll, call this ours and just like, blast all this other shit, like out there and like mass produce this shit, in hyper quantity and not in quality. And basically just straight up like run shitty things. Talking to early stream MC. Yeah, a little early. I mean, it's day off, so why not? I'm just talking about my first wild encounter with a Cybertruck, dude. And dude, I hate, honestly, I probably would have had a better first impression on that thing if the wrap on it was not so dog shit. It's one of those like metallic, like chroma, whatever, like, it kind of like reflects different colors depending on the angle and the lighting on it. Like, because it was like a solid green when we saw it, but then it like switched into a purple a little bit as, you know, it was driving by. I was just like, oh, he's got one of those wraps on it. Because I thought it was just a regular emerald green, like, Cybertruck. And I was about to be like, you know what? In a dark green color like that, it doesn't look terrible. Still looks ugly, but a little bit of improvement. It didn't start doing that weird shit. I was like, oh, it's like, God, it looks like it's trying to render. Like, it literally looks like a PS1, not even a PS2 truck that is like still semi-rendering. It's just, who would have thought video game rendering would actually be in real life? But here we are. It's like I'm trying to stare at, hoping it renders into a real truck at some point, and it just doesn't happen. It's just permanently, shittily rendered. Horrible. It's this fucking terrible looking thing. It's not even symmetrical either. If you look at it from like directly behind it or directly in front of it, if you look at it long enough, you'll notice that it's not really exactly symmetrical. It's slightly off. Like, no part is an equal mirror of, you know, another part. Like, that's another thing about Cybertrucks that are dog shit. They're not symmetrical at all. Look at it long enough and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, I mean, like, look at a photo from one, like, directly facing in the front and look at the hood specifically. You'll start noticing that shit's off. Asymmetrical, and it just looks dog shit, dude. Like, the whole point of, like, you know, a vehicle, like a truck or a car or anything like that, you know, to be, you know, aerodynamic and efficient when it comes to energy use is for it to be symmetrical. So then you can, you know, like, have, like, minimal drag and less use of the engine, or, you know, so less power being used. Thus, efficient. It's like it totally nullifies the whole point of the efficiency aspect of it. I don't know if you had tuned in when I was mentioning it, but that was mentioned. It's like, why don't they just make those things so they're actually like practical and worth buying or something? I'm just like, well, in theory, they could. It's like, you know, it's not really the tech or the concept itself. It's the fact that it's Tesla and Cybertrucks and shit. Because that's basically the modern version of Thomas Edison today now, which honestly is very tongue-in-cheek in a very disgusting way, considering that the company is Tesla, owned by the modern-day Thomas Edison, is like an ancestral, weird, fucking Nazi, South African, illegal that is living in our fucking country as a billionaire fuckboy loser that literally acts like and behaves like a fucking child. So that's always great. Like, and I do kind of think he is a little bit of a Nazi, honestly. Like, maybe not like a hardcore, like, you know, Heil and all that shit, but if you're own and run a platform that is pretty much a haven for them, a literal, like 4chan, but in the mainstream, then you kind of are a fucking Nazi. Like, a little bit. Just on the virtue of affiliation. Like, there's enough there for me to say I can comfortably call him that. Like, legitimately. Like, I'm not even just throwing that out there. There's just too much, including just a literal affiliation with Twitter. It's like, dude, you made that platform like a safe haven for fucking Nazis. So don't be surprised when you get called one. Don't want it? Sell the platform off or ban all the fucking Nazis on your platform. Then you won't really, then honestly, I won't have much of a reason to call you that. Because really, that's the main reason why I do. Because he's basically their fucking platformer. So, fuck him. Just for that alone. I mean, honestly, I mean, and just for being a billionaire rich fuck, not even being like a legal, you know, migrant or citizen of this country. So really, legally, he should be deported. And I would honestly be okay with that for his ass. Let's pay our fucking taxes, leeches off our fucking system, scams our fucking people, and, you know, internationally people of the world. So fuck him. You know, like, if, you know, like, honestly, if, you know, this whole deportation rhetoric should be pointed to fuckers like him. Because I happily would fucking take him in cuffs and, you know, throw him off, you know, across the El Paso or some shit, dude. I'd be happy with that. I'd do it proudly and volunteer for it. And then every time he tries to come back to the border, you know, stick ice on him. So, I'd be okay with that. Have like these Elon Musk rich bitches that fucking leech off of our fucking nation and shit. Do it for that. Because I mean, it ain't the fucking poor migrant worker trying to like squeeze by a few pesos in hopes that they can get a coyote, to fucking cross the border, maybe to go to a refugee spot so they can apply for asylum and then get work or something. It's like they're not the problem here. And they never were. It's people like Musk. It's these rich fucks that the problem. Because they're the true fucking leeches of the fucking problem. But they're leeching off of your blood and sweat and tears. They're looking at you while they're like leeching off of you on your arm. Be like, it's not me. It's not me at all. It's them over there. And there's like another few blood leeches sucking off of that guy. It's like, hola, how you doing? And you're just like, that motherfucker. That blood leech must be right. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I just cannot get over the Cybertrucks, bro. I will admit, they are a little bigger than I thought. I honestly thought they were smaller in size. I mean, I knew they were kind of bulky and shit. I just didn't think they were going to be, like, big. Like, because it was about the size of, like, your stereotypical truck, I guess. It's just, it just doesn't look like it's rendering. It literally looks like a truck that should be a 90s era model vehicle, but is, in the graphics of a PS1 that is struggling to render a game that's meant for a PS2. Like, that's what's going on. That's what it feels like when I stare at that thing. It's like, I feel like this should be like an older model vehicle that's just kind of a little jacked up, but it's just not rendering for me somehow. It's either that or pretty much like a truck that you would draw if you were 4. Like straight up, like it'd be like if you were like 4 or 5 years old doodling something, like your dad, out fishing or something like that, camping or whatever, and you want to draw out the truck in the background. That's what it would look like, just straight up. Like it just literally looks like that. And then you like, you know what? It's both. It's that, and then you try to model that in a PS1 game, but it's like it just can't render. It's just like permanently stuck in this weird polygonal stasis. Honestly, like I can't help but just kind of feel the karmic laughter, amusement of just like seeing these dipshits, especially with like the subreddit of Cyberstuck. Oh my god, dude. I take kind of joy and glee. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, man. If I ever see on Cyberstuck or like in any of these Cybertruck memes of like, karma, hitting them in the face with this and shit, and I see that particular truck, I'm gonna be like, I know that guy kind of. I saw his truck. Ha. It would be a little more funnier if it wasn't a rich elite billionaire fuckboy that is platforming Nazis on a social media platform and scamming all of America while trying to bolster up Trump, even though that will fail miserably because he's a fucking loser. So, well, I guess that actually kind of redeems it a little bit if that latter half, doesn't it? Yeah, it kind of does, actually. Ugh. I mean, honestly, like, it seems like at this point, at least electorally, it seems like kind of a slam dunk, doesn't it? At this rate. I mean, there's like some new polls that just came out, and all of it is just like pretty much shows Kamala quashing Trump, even in pretty much all swing states but Florida. Like, she's almost like about to catch up on Trump in fucking Florida. It's like, what? It's like, holy shit. Like, is that like a continuous momentum thing, or is this just straight up a phase that we're seeing here? Because that's what I wonder. Because she's, for things about like the border and for other issues, like, there's still some room for concern for me. I mean, granted, I may be better, but at least especially when it comes to the border, I don't think she's going to be any different. I think she's going to stay very fucking consistent when it comes to this whole like border issue thing. So that is just going to be a constant talking point for another 4 fucking years. I just feel that in my bones, because Democrats need a fucking talking point to use against Republicans, and those Republicans are all going to all be like, well, we'll see open borders, because they're doing it already. And the response that Dems always take is, well, we're stronger on the border, and they do that. They literally go that route. And Kamala's been doing that too. I mean, it's like, I hope that's just fucking talking bullshit, but I don't think it is, especially considering the recent record of this, not just of Trump, but with her. Being a loser is one thing, because, like, yeah, I'm a loser, but I could only work in a hand dealt with me, but this is what it is. Being a rich loser, though, is way more pathetic, because, like, how do you fail in tutorial mode? Beats me. I'm not a loser nor rich. I'm poor. Loser, debatable. But, am I a rich loser? No, so I want to know. I mean, because fuck. I mean, like, people like you and me have to, at minimal, play on medium mode. That's if we're lucky. Sometimes we get to, we'll have like a short period of time where we go for the tutorial, and then we're just immediately jumped in. It's like, yeah, you don't get easy mode or nothing. You're just kind of stuck on medium. You're like, okay, well, I could deal with that. But then later down the line, somewhere, it's like, all right, well, guess what? We have changed the rules. Now the easiest level you can do is hard. Or possible, or whatever. And you're just like, well, fuck me. Now I really gotta learn. So that's how I kind of feel like it was for me a little bit. Like, I had like easy mode / tutorial mode for really about 4, 5, 6 years of your life. And I think that's just kind of in general, for the most part, depending on the hand dealt. But after that, it starts bumping, usually just because you start being kind of semi-aware about, like, the world around you, what your parents are doing and stuff like that. So, and then depending on the stability, that could legit just be like, meanwhile, people like Musk and Basis, it's like GTA with cheats. Yeah, GTA, but instead of God mode, they have like all the other cheat codes, like infinite money cheats. They got like, can spawn in a vehicle at any time cheat. They could literally just call off the police cheat code. They got all the necessity cheat codes, and they're just like, well, I don't even have to worry about anything else and install those cheat codes. So I'll just have, the basic necessities and just kick back and have fun. They're like the fucking, people that literally spend like tens of thousands of dollars on like Rockstar Shark cards or whatever the fuck on GTA Online, and then become a prick asshole that's driving around in those fucking hover bikes, literally just killing everybody and making it impossible to even have fun with anybody. Like, it's one of those. It's one of those dipshits, but instead they're hacking and they get all that shit right off the bat, instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars on it. They hack their way through it. They want to act like they're self-made, and none of them are. And honestly, the thing is, like, there could have been an argument, honestly, way back in the day, like the 1800s, like very early 1900s up to like 20s, 30s, honestly, even 40s and 50s, I'll grant that. But like after that, that's when like the corporate takeover really started to take fruition. I mean, it tried once, but it broke up immensely and kind of kept this ability to be self-made preserved. But, once the 50s came, it slowly but surely took a shift. And it's not like you couldn't be self-made, but it got a lot harder. And then once the 80s rolled around, Reagan, that's when being self-made, you pretty much had to have your parents be made, and be successful and hope that, you had a stable way to continue that. And we're smart enough yourself to do that too. And the farther away you get from that, the less likely you're able to be self-made. And at this point, it's pretty much goddamn fucking impossible unless you're OnlyFans influencer or some shit. So I guess it isn't necessarily impossible, but it's like you pretty much have to sell yourself with sex, or at least, like some sort of a sexual aspect of, consumerism, like OnlyFans, which I know OnlyFans isn't technically just for like sexual stuff, but it's what it's known for. slavery cheat. Yeah, there definitely is the slavery cheat too. Especially when it comes to places like in Africa, Mexico, etc. They definitely got the cheat codes for that. In fact, it's not even really cheat codes if like they're able to straight up like a free willy-nilly like direct access to it because they're able to use their necessity cheats to pretty much just buy it. They don't need a cheat code for it. They could just buy it themselves and then just make that money pretty much immediately afterwards. Rich culture is so fucking weird for me, dude, especially food. I get like decadent desserts or something like that, but when it gets to would you like this fine chowder roasted in the anus of a Himalayan boar? Nah, fam, I'm good with some homemade burgers. Dude, yeah, there's some weird, like, luxury style restaurant. Like, the closest I'll ever get to, like, some rich people culture is, like, going to a nice steakhouse. Because I've been to some before, and I've porked over a little for it. And, you know, honestly, like, that could be nice. Nice little casual, fun, you know, experience. But, you know, that's about as far as I go. And honestly, like, a lot of steakhouses aren't just rich people stuff, either. You know, it kind of tends to be, but not always. At least in Iceland, like I would say that is probably the most bougie steakhouse I've been to, because I could have ordered whale, bro. Like they had whale, fat on the the menu. It was like, it wasn't something I like. I was looking at that. It's like, there's a part of me that wants to try that, honestly, but I'm just like, I got a little too much ethics on that one. I get it, but it's like, But I can't really be that much of, consistent on this because I had a horse steak there. I had an 8-ounce, like, horse sirloin steak, and straight up, the best steak I've had. Like, honestly, like, fuck, it's been a while, so it's kind of hard to explain, but it was like, oh, fuck. It had the look and consistency and texture of, like, beef steak sirloin, but the flavor almost reminded me like of buffalo and bison meat, dude. Like bison meat almost. And also it was very melty, like, if that even makes sense. Like it would, like the meat itself damn near melted as you were eating it. And I was like, bruh. Like it was legit, like the most bougie thing I've eaten ever, and it was so fucking delicious that, oh my god, like if I go to Iceland, I'm taking my boys there, dude. We're all having some meats, and I'm definitely ordering that exact same thing that I ordered, when I was there, because I got like a nice, little salad with it too, with this like garlic butter aioli for everything. Oh, dude, fuck. Oh, so fucking good, bro. And it was spendy. It was definitely up there in price, but like the reason, here's another reason why I didn't try the whale either. That shit was the most expensive thing on the menu. It was fucking twice the price of a horse steak, and the horse steak was about like 1.5 times the price of like, regular sirloin or all this other stuff that they had. So I was like, you know what? I want to try something new. And then honestly, like, and my mom heard me say that I wanted that, and she gave me this look like, no. I looked at her, it's like, I'm trying something new. You always tell me to try new things. She's like, I know, but horses? I'm just like, I mean, it's Iceland. Like, do you think they're going to be treating their animals unethically here? It's like it ain't America where honestly half the meat is probably horse meat, okay? And you don't know it, all right? Like, give me a break. I mean, shit, it's like, how we treat horses here in the U.S. versus like in Iceland, I guarantee you they're way better. Because I mean, I've seen some of the ranches, like a lot of the country, side and right, especially outside Reykjavik, or some of those farmlands, and their horses are free range, chilling. They just hang out, do their thing, and usually, and I even looked it up. Usually, they're sold after they kind of get to a point of a certain age, just because like they can't really be used for work anymore, for riding and stuff like that, and eventually just get to the point where, unless they're just hanging out at, free roaming, just chilling. I mean, it's like, and because there's, like in Iceland, they do eat pretty much what they can get their hands on for the most part, unless they import it. That is a part of their diet. It's why whaling for food, and stuff like that, in Iceland and places like the Faroe Islands and shit is, still commonplace. As much as I think, there's a lot of means where I think about that as a little fucked. And frankly, I don't think needs to be happening anymore. And if so, maybe on a lot more of a very stricter regulatory basis where it's like only like, on a seasonal thing where it's like if, these whales show up like 2 or 3 times a year, you only do it, for the final time they show up or something like that, near the winter or whatever. It's like I think there needs to be a lot more restriction about it. But the whales that they do hunt aren't the ones that aren't endangered. I think they're like narwhal whales, if I remember. And they're not endangered, so I mean, there is a little more like lucidity around it, which is why it's still more commonplace. But it's like if you over whale and over hunt, eventually it's going to get to a point where it is a problem. I mean, because look at like Japan and look at all these other countries that still practice whaling and do it on such a level that like they pretty much like will do research just basically to gut them and just like check them out and fucking just dump them in the sea. Basically, it's fucked. So I'll at least grant Iceland for doing it ethically. I mean, but even then, ethical and standards with how other countries do it. I'll at least put that out there. I mean, because they're a small population, and also, it's like they definitely need the tourism, so it's in the best interest to kind of, practice, good, like, regulatory practices and shit. And plus, just Iceland's just kind of based like that anyway. Like when it came to the 2008 crisis and shit, like Iceland was I think the only country, if not one of the very few, to actually arrest their prime minister and the bankers and punish them for the Great Recession and shit. Like they were pretty much one of the few countries to overtly do that. Like their prime minister resigned for his upward failures, found out he was actually, corrupted as, to shit by the, Icelandic and international banks, and they arrested all those motherfuckers. And they also restabilized and got back on their feet way faster than any other fucking country because of that shit. Very rapid recovery, punishing people that actually deserve being punished, and, like actually doing proper adjustments to fix their fuck ups and, seize their assets to pay for said fuck ups. Sounds pretty good deal to me. Essentially, just sweetest, this lady on TikTok has been documenting her husband's psychotic break and crying, saying she fears for the safety of her children in a multiple-part series. I want to make a video today saying that it was an elaborate retelling to get her story out there. An elaborate retelling? So let me get this right. So there's a psychotic crazy bitch on TikTok who's documenting her husband having a psychotic breakdown, probably because he's broken, probably living a life where he isn't satisfied or happy or anything, can't take it anymore. At the breaking point, psychotic break happens, and this bitch is just like, let me document it for views and influence. Oh. And, tells this whole elaborate thing about how she fears for her kids and her safety and all this other shit. And it ends up just being an elaborate retelling of a story, where it happened in the past, but she made a whole elaborate scheme to say that it's actually happening in real time. I think it already happened, but she presented like it was real time. So does that mean that the husband is in on it too? Because that's what it seems like, honestly. So I'm assuming, like, I'm just trying to think, like, I mean, whatever, I don't know. Fuck all of them then, besides the kids. Because, like, if the husband's like, oh, yeah, let's take advantage of this thing that happened, wouldn't that be funny? Or what? It's like, fuck both of them, I guess. Especially the bitch. Like, what is that nonsense? What is that bullshit? I don't know if the husband is involved. Well, if she's saying that he's having a psychotic break in real time, even though she's retelling a story, and I'm assuming he's having a break in the background or she's recording that, it has to mean that she's in on it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, do you think that she recorded it, when he was having a psychotic break and now is like talking over the video because she was silent while he was, having his breakdown, so she could kind of talk over the camera like she was like there to do that? Oh my God, do you think was it that? Because that would actually explain it a little bit, and it's starting to make me think that she is a psychotic crazy bitch. You know what? I take back what I said about the husband. Speaking of impossible ultimate issues, I have another web horror recommendation. Hail Mary Mary on YouTube. I'm not saying the creator of Hail Mary Mary has mental issues, but the series does delve into a lot of themes. Yeah, if you want to send me your channel on Discord, I'll check it out later. Which, actually, speaking of which, I did see that Discord of like, maybe Elon will have a problem with Grok after this, and it's just Elon Musk and AI, but it just shows a sign with trans rights. I get these fucking old cans out of the way. It's pronounced hi, I'm Mary Mary. Oh, I see it now. Hi, Mary Mary. Okay. Did you see the bird walking video? Dude, is that even a real bird? Yeah, I did. And also, what the fuck is that thing? Is that even real? There's no way that thing is real, bro. That thing looks straight up like a humanoid eldritch bird demon or something. It's like, what is that? That thing just straight up looks like, some Jurassic fucking Wild Park shit right there, bro. You can hear the sup in that bird's walk. Dude, that bird's not only got a sup, but it's like, fuck you want, motherfucker? Fuck you want, huh? Kind of strolling up, being like, what the fuck you want, bitch? Want pieces, motherfucker? It's like, fuck, dude. Whoa. Well. There we go. The bird is immune to intimidate. Eyes get locked, hands and talons are getting thrown. Oh yeah, like hands and talons and feathers will be thrown down and thrown about all over the place. And like that bird looks like straight up it could probably like fly up, just land on my chest, and then just take those talons to go right into my fucking lungs and my and my chest and my heart, and just immediately just destroy me, just right then and there. Really, dog? Silly little bean. Yeah, I was just realizing we should get that bird to, have a little meet and greet with Trump. Because if Trump is like bitch made to bald eagles, imagine if that bird showed up and it's like, call motherfucker. Imagine that, dude. Imagine like the diaper that Trump will do. Do you know how much that will be overflowing? And it'll be overflowing his pants so hard, there'll be like some straight shit stains like on the top of his suit, and then like pretty much where like the thigh meets the rest of the body, you know what I mean? Like there won't be like stains right here, like that center. There will literally be like all down the leg specifically, like past the pocket region and shit. That's where it'll start happening, because where those depends sit in, so the pressure will just like start leaking out. That's how it'll be, dude. The soul drop out of his body. Dude, for real. It will be like yellow in the front, brown in the back, dude. And it will just basically be from like the pockets downward, because where the pants sit, dude. It would be gnarly, bro. Oh yeah, that JD Vance is fucking weird, but I'm also a pussy little bitch who wears diapers, and I shot myself seeing that fucking demon of a bird. I don't like birds. Includes the American bald eagle. I'm just gonna say, fuck it. I don't like birds. I don't like the eagles. I don't like that fucking thing. That's a bunch of bullshit. I do not like that. I don't like him at all. No, ladies and gentlemen, they're very terrible, folks. Very terrible. Don't mind that I fucking shot pissed my pants. Don't mind that. Soul drop out of his body. I hope it does. That's kind of the point. Because if he doesn't live to tell the tale, he's going to make all these speeches to justify why he shit and piss himself. And try to blame it on J.D. Vance or something. Dude, did you hear that Trump literally says, like, look, people are saying that, we're weird. No, I'm not weird. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not weird. J.D. Vance is the one who's weird. I'm not weird. He literally threw him under the fucking bus, bro. He threw his own Veep under the bus saying he's weird, but I'm not weird. Like, dude, why did you... I'm really wondering, like, what drugs did Elon, Don, and Eric Trump just give to Trump, dude? Like, what the fuck? I'm thinking every candidate should be able to do a bird call to prove their merit. Now for the call. Then George Washington whistles and summons an eagle. Then the eagle just like... Just sits there, arms wide, fucking wings wide open, just like. Bernie was able to do it. That bird laying in front of him, and that happened at the Portland rally in Oregon too. By the way, when that happened, that was in Oregon, dude. Man, dude, do you realize how much for me? I was like, bro, was that like just a moment of like, was that an almond? That was like that was like, bro, that is like some straight up like some. Like straight up like signs from God shit right there. I was like, bruh. And even Bernie even admitted in with the Theo Vaughn interview, he was saying, yeah, back in 2020 there was a lot of individuals and they weren't very keen on having me be the nominee. And I'm just like, you're saying it was rigged against you? Vindication. Like Bernie vindicated my shit. Like, because he didn't really outright say people, or the Democratic Party by name, but he's saying them. That's who they were. He's saying that the Democratic Party, the DNC, fucked them over, and all dropped out and coalesced and pretty much went down the line for Biden just to make sure that he didn't, win the nominee, because he was set, for that. Did you see Kyle's video? Israel slowly going away of Venezuela. No, I actually haven't been watching Kyle that much. I haven't watched any Kyle today. So I haven't seen any new videos he's uploaded today, if he has. Give me TLDR. What do you mean by that? If it means that like we're actually starting to break away from them and see them as a problem, then good. Fuck them. It's like it was from a few days ago. Well, I don't think I've seen it. At least I'm not aware of it. Like I said, I haven't actually watched Kyle that much lately. And by lately, I mean maybe like a week. They have an economic crisis caused by the war and Netanyahu's bullshit. It's as if fascism tends to cause economic crises and causes, a nation to collapse eventually. Go figure. I mean, honestly, like I said, fuck them. I don't really care, honestly. Fuck those people. Like, fuck their government. Fuck those people. Like, they are all bloodthirsty, piece of shit. Like, I mean, there's only like a small minority of Israelites and Israeli people that are just fucking like against this shit. And even then, they get beaten the fuck out of either by vigilantes or cops or the IDF, and they get disappeared. So it's just like, I mean, so fuck them. I got no fucking sympathy for their asses. They all have a crisis and their little condominiums and their little settlements suddenly become broke and, got, no value to it anymore. Good. Fuck them. Sounds like now you're all in debt. Good. Fucking get an economic crisis because you're all a bunch of bloodthirsty fucking settlers that want to, fertilize the land of Palestinian blood, then fuck you. You deserve this shit. I really got no like respect or sympathy for those fucking people anymore. I really just don't. It's just like, because of how much, they support the idea of just Palestinians just like fertilizing their lands with, their fucking blood so they can fucking, prop up a bunch of condo beach home fronts and shit in Gaza and wherever the fuck. Some nice little river homes, out in the West Bank. It's like, so why should I have respect for that or, any love for that or any empathy or sympathy? They ain't getting any of that from me. Like, there'll be settlers who will just go out of their way to fucking, like, shoot at Palestinians themselves while the IDF just sits there. They're like, yeah, I guess I get to take a 10-minute break. Seems like some of them, with their fucking American guns they imported over here, whatever. I don't gotta do shit. I was gonna probably fire a few mortars downrange, but no, take care of it for me, so fuck it, I'll just sit here. They literally do that. It's a normal thing for them. And that's the least of the fucking problems. Like, it's been so fucking conditioned to just be gleeful about it, let alone be okay with it. That's like, it's going to take multiple generations of those fucking people to get over this shit. Like, I mean, honestly, there ain't going to be no way you're going to break it out of them. That's what we did with the fucking Nazis. We occupied them for multiple generations until they fucking got their shit together. And we happened to split the bill with the Soviets, but hey, that's okay. If you got to split the bill on that, when it comes to this fucking place, then fine. Let Lebanon and Palestine and all these other fucking countries occupy them for a little bit until they fucking, get their shit together. Maybe they can, talk about a state again. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm just like, fuck them. Like, they were literally egging on a World War III and trying to get the U.S. involved with that shit. They've done multiple direct strikes in Iran, claiming they're assassinating Hamas members. It's like, that isn't just like, some Israeli Hamas war. You're doing declarations of war against fucking Iran. That's a declaration of war. And honestly, because of like Iran's patience is the reason why we haven't fucking gotten into a war right now. Because people have been saying, oh, it's imminent. They're going to be starting firing shit, on Israel potentially and all this other shit. But it hasn't happened because frankly, they got the patience of fucking saints over there, apparently. I will at least, credit them with that. They, they're getting bullied basically in a sense. And frankly, maybe they probably ought to, but not for this fucking reason. Not for this at all. I mean, it's like they ought to, be pressured to not be such an authoritarian, hyper-religious fucking shithole. But, I mean, because Iran used to be a pretty modern nation until that happened. No thanks to America. I mean, but, or the UK. But still, it's just like, I mean, this issue, though, they're in the right. They just are. Because this whole claim that they're, like, funding and, like, secretly funneling shit into this place, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, Palestine stuff, it's just, to me, at this point, ludicrous. Because not even fucking aid could get through. If not even, like, basic bread and water can get through and shit, then how in the fuck is an AK or some Iranian-built missiles getting through? Fuck out of here. It's just fucking bunch of fucking, like, unironic Mossad lies. It's not even CIA lies, it's Mossad lies. It's just straight up bullshit that Mossad props up. I mean, this is just the fucking problem with the Israeli state. Which, by the way, you know, because I feel like, you know, I always have to add the caveat, fuck all to do with Jewish people. Has fucking nothing to do with that. No, so even when I was mentioning about, you know, the Israeli people and stuff, it's Israelis. Because, you know, you could be any fucking background if you just happen to have some Jewish in there, you know, and be an Israeli. And they'll, you know, welcome that with open arms, unless they're gay, or, you know, lesbian, queer person, or black. An Ethiopian Jew will be literally sterilized and treated like, you know, fucking black people back, you know, back at home with the Tuskegee experiments. They do that shit with Ethiopian Jews. So they, you know, they do a lot of fucking heinous, racist, and pre-discriminatory shit. You're not even allowed to be married as a gay person there. You have to leave the country, get married, and then come back. Because they'll recognize gay marriages, but you can't get married there. It's illegal. The most progressive nation in the Middle East, by the way. And they're still regressive as, you know, pretty much as America in the fucking 80s. They're about as fucking regressive and backwards as, like, 1960s America when it comes to, like, queer rights and shit. At least when it comes to how the state, you know, saw that shit, or the South. What's the most progressive east in the Middle East? Tunisia? No, because Tunisia is in North Africa. Tunisia is nowhere near the Middle East. That's in North Africa. I think it's nestled in between Algeria and Libya. So, yeah, Tunisia is North Africa. Like, the most progressive nation in the Middle East, honestly, I mean, I guess due to technicality would probably be Israel. But honestly, that's due to technicality. That doesn't, like, because you can nitpick, like, yeah, they could vote stuff. Well, so can Lebanon. So can some of these other countries in the Middle East. So, next. Yeah, well, they are okay with gays. Well, okay, maybe you got that one, but you still can't legally get married. You're still aggressive as shit. You don't really treat gay people well despite that. So, that ain't saying much. So, next. You know, it's like, I mean, when you actually go down a list of what's progressive about them, you realize that it's just, there's a lot of caveats. Or it's just fucking lipstick on a fucking pig. No pun intended. little unkosher there. The most progressive nation in the Middle East isn't a nation, Kurdistan. Honestly. Oh shit, lipstick on a pig wouldn't be kosher, would it? Yeah. That's why I kind of giggled after I said that, because I kind of took that phrase from you because you say it a lot. But I realized, oh wait. Israel. I just realized, like, oh wait, unintentional pun there. Well, whatever. I mean, I know it tends to be such a hot button issue about the shit, but like I said, I mean, it's why I try to, like, emphasize about the state and government and how the people, you know, that are in that kind of fucking, you know, society and state, you know, like, operate with that, right? Like, because, like I said, man, like, a lot of these fucking people, it's like 3/4 of these fucking people are, like, gun-ho for it. Even if they don't really like Netanyahu specifically, because there's a lot of people that don't like him, but pretty much everything else, including the war to an extent, are in favor of that. They just want it to be curtailed a little bit and not as problematic on the international stage because they want to keep a reputation. Because They've done this all the fucking time forever and ever and ever, you know, when it comes to this incursions, expansionism and shit, and settling and colonialism. And it's only recently when people are now really fucking giving shit. Like, you know, so, and they don't like that, you know, and they want to at least kind of keep the fucking facade going, and they're going to have to realize they have to rebuild that fucking reputation again. And frankly, for a lot of people, that's been burned permanently. It's certainly been burned permanently for me at this rate. Like, I mean, I'm for a unified, like, united Palestinian-Israeli state. Like, a one state that, you know, combines both and, at least for a while, is overseen by an international government for the meantime. Until, you know, at least arguably in this case, I can understand that both sides getting their shit together a little bit. But one side's got to get their shit together way fucking more than the other. Israel. The other side would get their shit together. In fact, if even have said that, if, you know, Israel will just fuck off. Like, I mean, the Palestinian Authority and even like the more political civilian arm of Hamas have been like, yo, we will get our shit together and start working on our own internal affairs with, you know, some of the more radical elements if you just fucking give us something. Because the only reason why they are a problem is because of you fuckers. Like, give us something and we can deal with them. And we can actually talk to them and, like, calm them down. And actually say we're making fucking progress. Chill. Why do you think the 7th happened? Because of constant decades of just stagnation of, like, calm down, we're trying to get shit going. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, nothing ever happens. In fact, you know, it gets stagnated. It regresses further. You know, it falls out and we have to start over again, you know, another couple years later, a few months later. It's like, at a certain point, they're just going to say, fuck it. We're just going to do a mass strike and legit put some terror in these motherfuckers and show that we're sick of this shit. Good, bad, right, or wrong. You know, like, that's how they felt. It's like, and especially nowadays, I get so fucking sick of, you know, motherfuckers bringing up that like it means something anymore. It's like, if you don't understand the nuance and context of, you know, not just of that and the historical, you know, precedent that led to that, and now that, you know, since then there's no reason to fucking even have a conversation other than shut you down and think you and just call you a bloodthirsty fucking savage. You just want to put lipstick on it and look like a hoity-toity civility lib while you're doing it. But you're a bloodthirsty fucking fascist like the rest of them. Cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds. That's Israel in a nutshell right there. A fascist state that masquerades as a fucking liberal society. They all drink their little mimosas and their Starbucks and their little colonial homes while Palestinian babies are being blown to shit smithereens, you know, a mile or two down the road, where they don't have to worry about it. Pinnacle fucking liberalism right there, dude. Like, that's some rad lib shit right there. How about Trump literally flying around Epstein's jet? We kind of talked about that yesterday, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Trump bought that, because apparently his Trump jet has been having a lot of problems. So it's been, you know, grounded for maintenance right now. So I'm pretty sure he honestly straight up bought that, you know, off of like Epstein's estate and just repainted the livery on it. But yeah, like, yeah, so it's technically his now, but yeah, it was Epstein's. I'm sure there's honestly like some actual like, you know, transactional jumbo mumbo bullshit, you know, involved with it. But it's because Trump had close ties with Epstein, so it wouldn't make sense. Like, I know Epstein has probably a little fleet of jets. I'm just going to have one of those. I'm going to buy one. That baby never let dude, for real. Oh, yeah, Epstein's jet. Yeah, that baby. Oh, Epstein knew how to make sure that thing was maintained properly for those long parties on those flights. Very good jet. Very tremendous. I had a lot of good memories. I want to make sure I buy it. I need to, you know. Epstein would, you know, would definitely have been okay with it. He would have given me it. And honestly, in that case, he unironically probably, you know, would have been all right with that. It would be more hilarious if Epstein left it to Trump in his will. Dude, that'd be hilarious. Oh my God, that would actually be fire, bro. Dude, if somehow like Epstein's will gets released somehow, oh my God, if that is in there, dude, holy shit, bro, that'd be wild, dude. And honestly, I'm old to believe it. I'm old to say there's at least a 10% chance that is real. Will we ever know? No. But I'm willing to put a 10% bet of the odds that that's a thing. It's a little out there for sure. That's why I'm having it on a low, risk scale on that one. But, I'm willing to fucking, put something out there on that one because, oh shit, dude. That's what's playing. Hey, what's up, Rich? I asked that too. Oh shit. Well, you want to ask him if what are the odds that Epstein, Trump's Epstein jet was given to him in Epstein's will? Well, actually, here's how I think you should ask the question. It should be like, theories about Trump's Epstein jet. And just say, here's here's some different theories I've thought of. One of them, just a basic transaction where because he had close contacts with Epstein in his state, etc. I found it. Give me a sec. Okay. Well, here, I think, do it as which one of these theories about Epstein's jet to Trump is most believable? Say something like that, and then go down the line with it, right? At least for the main two for sure, but I'm sure there's probably a few other ideas. But one of them is that, actually 3 for sure. One of them is that before Epstein, was about to get arrested because he knew it was coming up, because the motherfucker was an insider's insider. He knew everything. So I guarantee he knew that, his time was coming. He was about to get arrested. So maybe he gifted it to Trump because he knew that, hey, Trump has a fleet of jets, and might as well gift him one, in case he needs it, in case one of his, planes is grounded, right? So that's one theory. Pretty innocuous, rich fucks giving gifts to other rich fucks and shit like that happens all the time. Another one is after Epstein died and all that shit, and recently, because of Trump's plane having, to go for a lot of maintenance shit recently, and to the point now it's just straight grounded, Trump kind of realized I need to have a few backups, and he bought Epstein's plane because he already had close ties to his estate, etc. like that. So he just bought it off of their estate. Which, again, also fairly innocuous if you think about it. The third one is, Epstein's will, dude. It was in Epstein's will. And honestly, the most outlandish of them all, but I am willing to believe that the most, weirdly enough, just because, dude, our politics is fucking nutty over here, okay? It's America, baby. Anything's possible. So sometimes you just kind of go have a hair up that ass and just fucking, throw a bet in on that. You know what I mean? I will say, I think, the first 2 ideas are definitely more innocuous and I think more believable, but, and also very possible. And I think there's probably a few other ideas. Maybe, what if Trump just took it? What if it's like, hey, I need to borrow a jet. Can you let me have it? And then the Epstein's estate was like, all right, we'll let you lend it. We'll lend it to you, maybe for a modicum fee or something like that. Or maybe because of the friendship with Epstein, they just gifted it, to lend and borrow for a while. And he repainted the whole thing, put the Trump, fucking shit on it, and basically made it his. And just kind of just took it from them. That is some Trump fashion shit, honestly. It is in Trump's fashion to be like, oh, can I borrow this, please? And then he just takes it and he's like, yeah, it's mine now. That is some straight up some shit Trump would do. Dude, look what he did with the White House, after he left office. He raided the fuck out of it. He was taking, busts, paintings and shit. It wasn't just files. He was taking just random shit, bro. He raided the fuck out of it, dude. That is just in his nature. I mean, I'm just saying, that's a possibility. Can I borrow this, please? Epstein's estate. Yeah, sure, here you go. It's mine now, thanks. Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god, bro. Dude. Oh. Bro, dude, honestly, the more I think about this, the more I think literally any of these things are possible. like because of like the close friendship tie thing with like being a gift of Epstein before he was arrested, or him buying it off his estate after his death. Like it's written in the will. That's a possibility. Like, here's some gifts I want to give to my favorite and closest friends and associates, and I want to insure it via my will. And Trump is on there. One of them is one of his jets. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised that is also a thing. It's kind of outlandish, but believable. Because like I do think that is a possibility. I mean, because Epstein has fuck you money beyond fuck you money. Like, even if he couldn't inherit money to people, like he would give them like coordinates or like a key or like, a passcode, to a safe or some shit or like whatever the fuck, like to some secret hideout money and stuff. Like the motherfucker, like, wait, what?
You really need to check your information. It's Clinton that raided the White House for all this shit.
Well, no, he did too. He wasn't the only one, but no, like Trump did. There's literally videos of like that happened. As like, all right, well, Trump's leaving the White House, but they had like videos because they showed a lot of Secret Service agents, just not just of different boxes of files and stuff they held to Mar-a-Lago, but just literally random shit like a Lincoln bust is one thing I remember, and then a few paintings of random presidents and other shit like. He straight raided the fucking thing of its furniture. I mean, it's. I don't know, but he did. Check my info. Like Clinton did too, but we're talking about current politics and Trump. So who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck about Clinton raiding the White House? That's not what I'm talking about. Like, what the fuck was that about? Okay, whatever. Trump is the kind of person who would steal batteries from a hotel TV remote. And for someone who's a rich fuck like him, that makes no sense. A poor boy like me, where it's like, I need some new batteries for like, for my Xbox controller that I'm taking for vacations. Like, I don't really want to buy gas station ones because that's going to be hella expensive. So you know what? Boop. Fuck it. Replace the batteries, and now they got dead ones. I mean, I've done that before a few times, okay? Like, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do because you don't want to buy overpriced gas station fucking batteries, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Especially when you post them, like, hey, shit happens. But if you're a rich boy like Trump, there's literally no reason for it. But he would be the person to do it, though. But the thing is, if I was rich, I wouldn't need to do it. If I had like fuck you money, I'm like, oh, I need some new batteries. I fucking want. I'll go to the gas station and buy some. I'll just buy a small pack of them, right? But like, I mean, but if I'm a poor boy, I'm gonna take any advantage I can when it comes to getting some free or a discount or whatever. And look, sometimes I will, I will grab like one of those little bars of soaps. Because, like, it's like once your actual soap runs out, at least you got that, little guy, because you're like, oh, I'll grab some soap later. Then you kind of procrastinate, forget about that, and then you got a little bar of soap at least. And you'll be like, all right, I got this bad boy, yeah. Trump's like, big, beautiful, vacant estate. This beautiful, vacant estate, ladies and gentlemen, is a very beautiful estate. Epstein's estate. It's very beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Why does he always lock himself in the laundry room? I don't really have any treats for him, but I'd like to have my dog go at least chill over here every now and then. Maybe I want to give him a little scritch on the face, be like, you little sweet boy. But no. Wants to hide off in a little cave. like a fucking dork. At least he ain't like, Trump hiding off in Mar-a-Lago playing golf all the time. Now I'm just imagining him playing golf. Zukov just also like on his off time while I'm gone. He just like secretly, goes out in the backyard. It's like, all right, just walks on two legs and somehow manifests little digits and it's like, all right, playing some golf and just starts, doing a little putt in the backyard. Funny enough, I have found random toys in the backyard because Zukov will steal some from the neighbor's dogs. He has done this multiple times. In fact, I actually have one that's in here right now. He jacked this not that long ago. So he's done it a few times. Still does it occasionally. But the recent one was a golf ball, which I'm assuming wasn't a pet toy. That was just one of the neighbor's golf balls. But I saw it in the backyard because I'm assuming he grabbed it and started kind of patting it around or whatever. So I guess he's also into those for some reason. Which I kind of hope not, because I don't want him to accidentally swallow it. That wouldn't be good. I don't think he would. I mean, because obviously he picked it up and put it in the backyard. Like he walked all the way from like one of the neighbor's houses over here and then all the way around, over here to the backyard. So, I mean, and he had it in his mouth and messed around with it for a little bit. I think he wanted to try to see if he could break it or something. Like, break inside of it or whatever. But it's like, don't do that with a golf ball. That's not good. He likes footballs, though. So, I've been meaning to give him, like, a football or two. And I think the reason why he does is just because they bounce in whichever direction. So, if you, like, chuck it, it'll just, like, bounce randomly. So, he's always like, running this way. Oh, shit, now running this way. Oh, and starts running back and forth everywhere and having to try to grab it. He loves those things. I need to grab, like, 2 or 3 of them and just chuck them around and stuff for him. Because I know Vito and Jazzy, they love their basketballs. Because Logan likes to, do the hoops. But, I've always had like this little football that used to be in his garage, and then Zukov started playing with it and then flattened it. And then we tossed it. But I was thinking, why did we? Because, Vito has a flattened, ripped up basketball. So, I mean, he'd still play with it. So now I'm realizing, like, now I need to just buy like 2 or 3 of them. So if he rips 1 or 2 of them, there's at least one that can still bounce around and stuff. And, if he really gets excited, I can just take one of the ripped ones and just chuck that. Goofy little thing. It's just a sweet little boy, though. Want to see a high stakes golf match between RFK and Trump? Honestly, you want to know what we should see? I want to see that, but it needs to be a 3-way. We need to get Biden in that shit, too. Dude, in the debate, like, I cannot... Dude, to this day, I can't get over the fact that those two fucking argued about golf on the national debate stage. And what's even more fucked, Biden was the most lively at his peak in that debate when he was arguing about whose golf game is better. That was the most energy we saw out of Biden that whole fucking debate, and it was about golf! So, we need to see that, bro. If he is that, like, oh, golf, huh? No, Jack, I'm the best golfer, motherfucker. Like, I want to see that energy. I want to see what he's got. Because what the fuck was that? Like, actually, like, what the fuck was that? Absurd, bro. Absurd. So we need to. It needs to be a 3-way. Biden, RFK, and Trump, bro. Gets Pope involved. I mean, if we're going to make it a 4-way, we might as well make it Kamala, too. But the thing is, I guarantee you she would suck because I guarantee you she doesn't play golf. She probably plays, like, volleyball or, like, tennis or something, dude. She strikes me as, like, a volleyball or tennis player. Like, she would play some shit like that. Like, which also, I mean, if it, team golf, Biden and Pope versus Trump and RFK. Why does the Pope even golf? I mean, we have to, dude. Oh, wait. I got a better idea. Tim Walz, dude. In Kamala's place, because she don't golf. I'm just going to say now, I don't think she golfs. But, like, dude, Tim Walz, he strikes me as a golfer, but he would be like that old, like, working class, blue collar, like, Irish golfer type, where it's like, I don't know, how you doing there? Oh, your fucking lad just swigs a fucking pint of whiskey really quick. All right, let's get this game on the road, that boss, eh? Just fucking swings it, fucking nails a perfect shot, one shot, right in the hole, kind of thing. Dude, Tim Waltz, bro. Calling it, bro. Give him like a, pint of whiskey for a game, teamed up with Biden and Trump and RFK, dude, he would be the GOAT fucking carrying Biden the whole time. Guaranteed. I don't even know if Tim Waltz plays golf, but fuck it, bro. I bet. I'm on the bet. Is it bad that I honestly actually want this right now? I don't think Waltz golfs. Well, then who's going to take his place? Obama? Actually, yeah, Obama, dude. Biden, Obama, the OGs, from 08 to from 15, dude. The OGs. You get those motherfuckers. You get the President Veep, you get that little thing. You get that going on, and then Trump and RFK. Ooh, dude, that actually even might get contentious. That might be contentious. Imagine like a little snapback between, both of them. Especially with Obama's Riz. Woo! Dude, imagine like the verbal, clapping back and forth, dude. Dude. That's it. That is it right there, bro. Obama and then Biden versus Trump and RFK. That's it. That's the kicker. That's it. That's it. We don't need to add on to it. It needs to be like, a full fucking game, professional rules and all, and there needs to be third-party, nonpartisan fucking refs to make sure that Trump doesn't fucking cheat, because we know that motherfucker likes to cheat. He's known to be a cheater, so we gotta have some people watching his ass mainly. He'll have a bitch fit, but Obama will be like, well, we all know you cheat there, you orange fat bitch. Suck it up. Just get good, you motherfucker. Dude, fucking Biden would have, not Biden, but Obama would have that fucking Riz, dude. He would have that shit. Yes, Tiger Woods is one of the refs. Yes, Tiger Woods is one of the refs. Yes, boom. At least one of them. We need a few of them. We need like a council of refs, but that is one of them. Yes. Dude, is it bad I actually want this right now? Can we GoFundMe this? Is there a way to actually set this up? This has to happen. I want this in my life now. I've been convinced. I started this as a joke, but honestly, I'm convinced I want this to happen now. I actually would love to see this. I think this would be fucking awesome. On live TV too. Unfiltered, uncut, little lapel mics on them. They're Bluetooth connected so we can hear everything they're saying. If they're just sitting there quietly, kind of doing a little breathing, you can mute it. But in between everything, I want to hear what they're saying to each other and shit. I want all of it, bro. Dude, get some drone footage too. Get some drones, just a cool little flyby shots. One of them hits their ball and then the drone's following the ball. Shit, dude. Oh, bro, I'm just selling myself on this more and more, dude. This has to happen. Someone contact Obama. Someone contact Trump, RFK. Someone get Biden on the phone. This needs to be done. Get Tiger Woods on the phone. Someone needs to make the call. It has to happen. It must be done. Thy will must be done. It's been ornated and obligated by the will of God and his voice himself. The Pope has destined it to be. Okay, I'm being a little exaggerative, but I am being serious that I do want this. I actually would love to see this. And it should be recorded for live TV for all to see. And I just want it. I do want it. I'm just honestly, my exaggeratoriness is just how much I want it. I'm willing to go God's will die be done, kind of shit, Memento Mori, fucking, Deus Volts, whatever the fuck, whatever Latin chants I must praise. It's whatever I must do. I want it. I'll sacrifice goats, to Lucifer himself, but he'd probably be like, bro, why are you doing that? So I probably won't do that. I'll figure something out. I might have to do some Epstein blood ritual shit and sacrifice a child on his St. James Island altar or whatever. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I'll get something in the works to make it happen, okay? I mean, it needs to be done. We'll figure something out. So I will say this as a caveat. Because of Trump and Biden talking up that fucking golf game, there needs to at least be a one-on-one game. And here's how it should be done. Just so we can wear Trump out too a little bit. The team game happens first. Let Obama kind of, carry, Biden for a little bit. Biden kind of, chills a little bit. Make it so, like, for every, hole that Biden hits, it's like every other one. So he has, like, the least amount or something, depending on, like, how many holes there are that they have to do. Make it so Biden is doing the least amount. So when it's, like, the one-on-one game, then he has used the least amount of energy in comparison to Trump. That's the only caveat. I think there needs to be at least an official one-on-one game to settle that fucking shit. Because America needs to know. Because they apparently fucking debated about it on the national debate stage, so apparently it's important enough for everyone to know. And you know what? I've sold myself on it now. I honestly was pissed about it and being like, why in the fuck? But after all that, I'm sold. I'm sold on it now. I want it. Like, legitimately. Like, I'm like, okay, now I actually want this. You know what? I'll even settle for the one-on-one game. Like, if we don't get, like, the tag team fucking team game and all we get is, the one-on-one, that's fine. I'll honestly be happy with that. But, we still need Tiger Woods as a ref and a few other refs. Because, Trump will like to try to fucking cheat a little bit, like where he thinks, camera ain't on him. But that's why we need, like, the drone cams. We need, like, those, like, big, like, crane cams, and shit. Like, we need, if you're a cameraman on the ground, we need all of it, dude. Like, we need, like, somebody with a secret cam, like, downrange a little bit. Body cams on the refs. Like, bro, we need cams in every way so we can make sure that Trump don't cheat. Because he's a notorious cheater, because honestly, the only reason why I know is because Kyle is a fucking fanatic about golf. He is a golf head. And the only reason why I know is because he will go on forever about golf. And he would talk, whenever Trump comes up and golf somehow is related to it, he will go off about how much of a cheater he is. And notoriously, everyone hates playing with him and all this other shit. So that's the only reason why I know this. He's a notorious cheater, even from, like, other famous people he's, like, played with. He'll, like, try to scoot the ball a little bit, stuff like that. If it happens to be, like, on the edge of the sand, he will, like, boop, kind of, like, bump it, away from, the sand and onto the green and shit. Like, he does little things, to where he's just a little cheating little fuck boy, dude. Get that little fucker cleaned out there in a minute. All right, you're hot. Jeez, I know. Let that cool down for a second. So I can get that little bastard cleaned out. Ugh. Oh, I just popped so many random things, literally all over my body. I don't even know how to even say how good I felt. Can we do the same over here? Not as much, but ooh, definitely did there. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, man, I haven't actually done stretches in a minute, so fuck, this actually feels fucking good right now. Ooh. Oh, I got some tinglies on that one. Ooh. Ooh, some tingles. Ooh. Yes. Ooh. Holy shit, I just actually kind of like, ooh. Got some tinglies, kind of woke up a little bit from that. Ooh, that felt fucking good. Got like one more little spot to kind of get. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh. Shit. Now I feel a little. Ooh. Slow night at work for me. Damn. Honestly, be glad, dude. Because, man, these past couple fucking weeks for me, dude. I mean, I'm sure, you've heard me bitch on these streams a few times. Like, it's been fucking goddamn brutal. You know what? I kind of feel a little salty because, like, I went by work after hanging out with mom with our family friends and stuff, for like our little dinner date stuff, for our birthdays. Because one of my family friends, she, had her birthday today. And, so we were all like, celebrating at Red Robin and stuff. That's actually where I saw the Cybertruck too, by the way, is where it was at Red Robin because that Cybertruck decided to go get some Chick-fil-A. The driver of that went to get some Chick-fil-A and because we went out and we're waiting for trying to bus for my mom and stuff to get us back to her spot where I had my bike. And I was just kind of chilling. And I looked over. I'm like, I just literally verbally went, "Oh my god, a Cybertruck!" And everyone looked over and they're like, "What? That thing?" I'm like, I looked over. I was like, "Yeah, it's the first time I've seen one in person. Like, it's so ugly." I literally said that. And they're like, "Oh yeah, oh." And it had that like green color to it at first, but then it went into that weird like purple because it's like the metallic wrap that it's like kind of it will like change colors, depending on the the lighting and shit. I forgot what that like metallic like stylization is or whatever. It's like double chroma or metallic or something. I forgot exactly what it is, but they had that wrap on it. Because, like I said, initially, I thought it was like an emerald green wrap on it. And I was thinking, okay, if this truck honestly looked less polygonal and, and less like just shitty of a design, I honestly was thinking it would actually look kind of cool with that, little emerald green. And then it kind of like changed colors. I was like, oh, that's even uglier. Because it was still ugly. I just thought at least there was some lipstick to at least make it look somewhat semi-appealing. Nope. It's called Fuck You Money Rap. It is, dude. And I could tell that guy was a bougie dude. I actually was able to get just enough of a look when he had his window down, getting his order, because they had one of those Chick-fil-A, drive-through orderers. But, sometimes, depending on how busy it is, which... The Chick-fil-A, it's one of the very few Chick-fil-A's in Portland. And this one is probably literally the most busiest one of all of them. It honestly, every time I'm there, I don't think it's never not busy. There's a line that is constantly going through the Red Robin parking lot because that's where we went, and Chick-fil-A is literally right next to it. Fully automated space communist Chick-fil-A. Honestly, dude, I don't know dude, their Chick-fil-A is fucking huge. And a lot of it is because I bet they have a big kitchen with a lot of employees cooking because they know how busy that spot is and they knew it was going to be. So I bet I've never been inside, so I can't really say what the interior looks like, but they made, that Chick-fil-A perfect for what they're doing. I mean, they got a system on lock because despite how big and how busy that drive-thru is, you're not spending no more than 5 minutes in that drive-thru. As soon as that, Tesla Cybertruck rolled up, it was probably about maximum 10 minutes when that Tesla was parked, after, because, they actually caught up to the point where some people had to kind of park, in some of the to-go parking lot spots right next to the end of the drive-thru, just because it caught up with orders, so some people had to wait a little longer. And, you know, that Cybertruck caught up, at least within like 5-6 minutes time. I had to wait like another 3 minutes, and then it rolled off. So, like, so it wasn't there for long, but enough to at least get a couple photos, because I had to document it. It was like seeing a new species of wildlife I've never seen before, and I'm just like, oh, I must document this. Oi, Cronky, we just found a new species, mate. I was aware of this species because it's new and recently discovered, but I've never seen one in the wild. Cronky, mate. It's like my inner Steve Irwin came out. I was like, oh shit, I have to document this. Because I was like, whoa, I've never seen one in person. But yeah, it literally is like some Tinus Penis energy, dude, straight up. I don't even know how that got brought back up again, but like, because I mean, I was like, because with work, like I was saying, be glad it's so fucking slow for you, dude, because these last few fucking weeks for me, Jesus Christ, and I'm salty because like today and tomorrow, apparently the walkthrough is early in the morning, so by the time it's like 1 or 2, no one's got to worry about anything. And today was the same way. I'm just like. So I spent like 2 fucking weeks busting my ass, having these motherfuckers all over my shit, and by the time the walkthrough actually happens, like, it's like, what the fuck is this? So I showed up today, and also my coworker fucked with me a little bit. He was like, oh, by the way, the vice president of the company actually, was asking you by name, earlier today. I was like, what? It's like, yeah, hey, is that kid so-and-so here? It's like, I know, he's got a day off. It's like, huh, interesting. I was hoping maybe, we can have a discussion, about some things I've, heard from the, from, reports and stuff, especially as of recently. And I was just like, I sat there and literally my heart fucking went, it sunk. And I just went, what? She's like, yeah, she was asking about that. And I was like, say anything specifically? She's like, well, she, says she heard some things and stuff and stuff like that. And I was like, so when I come back on Sunday, the vice president of the actual company itself is going to like talk with me in the office with probably one of the store directors. So he's like, yeah, probably. And he went on for a few minutes about this while I'm sitting here and being like, what the fuck? And even the coworker, that night, was kind of just talking about that, not realizing that Skittle was fucking with me. And then he says, like, by the way, no one was asking about you. It's like, wait, so no one asked about me? I was like, yeah, no, I was just fucking with you. I got you, though. I was like, I literally went, bro, don't fuck with me like that after what I've been going for this past week and a half, 2 weeks. Like, I kind of popped off on him for a second. I'm like, dude, do you realize how much of an internal panic attack you just fucking gave me? And he was just laughing. And I was just like, you asshole, bro. I mean, I started laughing too after a while because it's like, man, he did get me. But I was like, fuck, bro, you actually put me in an internal panic. Like, am I going to be like either heavily suspended for like a long time or like fucking fired or something? Like, it's like, I thought all the catastrophe shit started going through my head. And I was like, but thank fucking no. But oh my God, fuck, dude. Like, even just thinking about that, it just even applying it could have been a thing. I was like, oh fuck. I'm just glad it wasn't. But dude, he does that sometimes, because I'll like be pulled aside for like, hey, make sure you're doing your breaks right and blah blah blah, or not being late or whatever the fuck, and he'll like because he knows like a walkthrough's going on, or maybe like one of the district heads shows up. It's one of the times where like the full on like company president and like the actual corporate company heads show up and stuff. So it's like, he threw me on for a new fucking loop with that one. I was like I said, I was like, dude, don't fuck with me like that. I know you do that to me sometimes, you asshole, but holy shit, this is like the one time that you don't. Like, fuck. I'm just glad don't have to deal with this shit anymore. And it seems like for the most part, you know, most people don't have to worry about it anymore because after I guess about like 5 o'clock, tomorrow, it seems like I might be smooth sailing after that. From what I can understand, there's going to be like a couple of like ops left. Like I know one of our ops is going to be here for one more week. Just kind of make sure things are consistent and we're keeping up with the transition of things, and at least making sure that we're keeping things stuff like that. Which whatever. I mean, honestly, all in all, I think she's all right. So, and our department manager's on vacation anyway, so I'm assuming it probably is a part of that, and all that. So whatever. I mean, once I get back, from like my little mini birthday vacay, I mean, honestly, all in all, it's not really going to be that big of a deal. It's just going to basically be like, oh yeah, just maintain the usual shit that we normally do at night. Pretty self-explanatory. Because honestly, a lot of stuff that we maintain anyway is literally just normal shit that I do. Like, and I even tell her that. It's like, yeah, a lot of this is just a normal routine. I'll just make sure that everyone else knows about that because this is normal for me. Sometimes I might, skip a thing a day or, for a day or two, but I always make sure that I do a little extra detail work and stuff like that, when I actually do stuff like that. Like I even mentioned to her, like sometimes I'll leave like the fire bin dirty, but the next day, usually when I show up for my shift, especially if there's something really else going on, I'll clean that really quick just to have it out of the way, so I don't have to worry about it once I actually have to clean everything later down the line. So I've told her kind of like my general routine about things. She's like, all right, well that's cool. Just for now, just with the walkthrough, just be on top of it for now. And I'm just like, okay. So she kind of I think gets that sometimes some people just let things slide a little bit because they will get back to it or at least get to it the next day and shit, because I always do. I mean, because if I leave a fire bin dirty, for example, and I use the other fire filter and don't do anything with it, what the fuck? Is there something going on? Dog's in here. What the fuck? Oh, Ellie, fine. Oh, you little bitch. The door is open, and a little rat was kind of scurrying around next to the door. He ran right out. It immediately left as soon as I turned the corner. I was like, oh shit! So, little fucker. That's why dog was going on. Another tenant trying to come in here. So there better not be another one. Doesn't look like there is. Good. But yeah, like I was saying though, like it's one of those things where it's just like sometimes you might like skip a thing or two for a night, but it's always one of those things where you get back to it for the very next day and shit. Because honestly, if you do that way too often, like it really backs up a lot. You could especially in the deli department, in a food based area, like you can literally only do that for at most like really a day. For some stuff, you might be able to kind of get away with like maybe skipping a little longer. I mean, like mopping the floors. I mean, it's depending on where you are in that department. Like some of the floors aren't really, are as bad, when it comes to that shit. But like for example, like where our fry areas are, that has to be hit every night because like there's always going to be oil, grease, flour, shit like that. Like I mean, that's just you always have to hit that, and I always do because it's a necessity. But for like front case or like where our meat counter is, stuff like that, it's not really as bad. You can afford to like skip mopping for at least a day. But that's really about as far as you can do it, at least for that as an example. Also, I'll admit, despite the brutality of the last like 2 weeks and shit, especially. That department straight up looks so fucking different. And it is genuinely wild how different it looks. Like, I mean, especially seeing a lot of these, like, late night work crews out, like, pop in our department doing a lot of deep clean for other spots, like around our ovens or like our floors and shit. Because obviously, like, a lot of stuff that we normally use to clean our floors, like, it can't really get the nitty gritty, like, deep shit. That's just been there for years and shit, right? So they got, like, one of those, like, pusher floor cleaners and shit and got all of our floors. And, oh, my God, it's such a night and day difference. It honestly looks like how a deli really should ought to look like now. I mean, it honestly, looks like a spot where it's like, shit. This actually is the spot I can kind of work in a little bit. There's still a lot of, like, reorganized and orientated shit that I need to kind of figure out, but I know that my manager, once she comes back from a vacation, which is going to start this coming week, like, she's going to, like, reorganize things a little bit and say, hey, like, once we kind of get things reorganized and stuff, maintain what is good, especially with clean shit and all sort of stuff, but, like, I know there's shit missing and this and that, whatever. We'll reorganize stuff to how we are used to it a little bit, so we don't have to really worry about shit being, like, out of place or whatever. Because there wasn't really anything wrong with how we were organizing things, but especially with all these other ops and all these other people and other corpos up, and higher ups and shit, like, shit got moved around a lot, like, to the point where I'm just like, where the fuck is this? Where's that? Huh? Having to, like, run around with, like, a chick with a tech caught off trying to figure out where shit is and stuff. And also because there's so many of them, too, during those times, it's like, I'm having to be like, where's my manager in the midst of all the managers and district heads and shit? Oh, there she is. Okay. Anything you need me to do? Just wipe down counters, I guess. Thanks, that's enlightening. It's like, great. I guess I'll do that. Because, like, I mean, sometimes, at least for the first, like, couple hours, that's all I can do because everyone else is doing everything else. It's like, shit. And fuck, I wish my work was like that all the time, where it's like, shit, I could kind of, like, chill for a little bit because there's enough people where I just got to help customers if it gets bad enough. Whatever. I wish it was that nice. It was kind of honestly, like, I mean, I don't know, like, weirdly enough, like, despite the bullshit, about the walkthrough and stuff, which there's always going to be, like, it was honestly probably one of the, weirdly enough, more easier walkthroughs I've been through, because I've at least been through 2 others, and the first one was back in, like, 2015 or 16, shortly after I got hired, and luckily I didn't really have to worry about that as much, because I was kind of the new guy, so they just want, so they were kind of more like, when the ops showed up, they're like, hey, here's how to do this and that, blah, 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 and all that shit, because I wasn't completely taught every little detail. There was at least enough people to where I can at least chaperone people about, like, learning stuff, but not enough to kind of, like, keep it consistent for a while, but, so in a weird way, there was a silver line to it, but it was super stressful just because I didn't really exactly know what I was doing quite yet, and I was a young kid, young dumb full calm, just being like, I just want to, like, just get this shit done and just go home, play video, and smoke weed and stuff. I was in that vibe in that time, but the second time, like, I don't know what it was, but, like, I recognized one of them because they were, there for this last walkthrough, but, like, a few of them, legit were just straight bitches, and, like, straight look, like, well, one of them lied to the store director saying, like, I ignored them or took, like, an hour plus long 10-minute break or whatever, which obviously wasn't true and shit, which the store director at that time says, like, well, I could look at the cams, and see if at least this is, accurate in what you're saying. I'm just like, well, even if I might be a little off on my times, because I'm not the best at, keeping track of time, I'll admit that and own that, but, like, I mean, I did not take an hour plus fucking break. Like, there's no way I did. I took, like, I took a little bathroom break, came back, 40 minutes later, took my little 10. And then, that was probably longer than 10, but, that was my, thing. And then there was, like, this other dude after it's like, after it's like, all right, well, she kind of nodded and stuff. There's, like, I kind of looked off for a little bit, you know, in the general direction of this other op manager guy. And he's like, "Can I help you?" I just kind of looked up. I was like, "Huh?" It's like, "Can I help you? Need something? You know, anything else that you might want to ask about and whatever?" I was like, "No, I just kind of, you know, drift off because I was just kind of thinking about that because I mean, I feel bad that she thought I ignored her and this and that, but like, I'm just trying to do what I can, you know, do my job here, you know, like." You know, I ain't trying to cause trouble or whatever. Like, I know I don't know who you are. So I ain't trying to cause trouble with you either, sir. And it's like, well, no worries. But, you know, it's like, just make sure that, you know, like, you know, keep, you know, communicate with this and that and blah, blah, blah. And he just kind of like, I don't know who that fucking asshole was, but it's like, that fucking shit. Ugh. Now it's like fucking back in 2018 or 2019. Like, so, and it's still to this day, that shit kind of sticks to my fucking grills. You know what I mean? Because, like, who in the fuck are you to come in, you know, in a place that you've never been at before to, you know, talk to some coworker who's been there for, at that point, at least like 5 years at the most, and being like, "Oh, well, who the fuck?" It's like, fuck off. But this year, even with that, you know, initial ops manager I was talking about that thought I ignored her and stuff, she was actually pretty like, "Oh, hey, what? You know, so she was actually pretty cool and even complimented me about a lot of my closing work and stuff, and including a lot of the other ops managers and shit. You know, it's like there was only one, like on my Friday when I came back from my lunch, because I did a quick little lunch stream, not a long one, but like it's, you know, did that, and I came back. I put my phone down and my head right in front of the counter for a second, and you know, my department manager saw it. It's like, and she, you know, picked up my head. It's like, "You need to fucking hide this. Put it in the break room." I was like, and I was helping a customer at this point. I was like, "Look, I'll do that as soon as I help the customer." You know, I just put that away really quick so I could grab my hat and apron. Then I got caught helping her. You know, so because she asked if I can help her, so I did immediately. You know, like I just told her immediately with that. You know, and honestly, I guess the hindsight's just like, well, do you want to finish taking care of her really quick? You know, and I'll do that for you. You know, just for minimal problems, but I just went, it's like, well, I'm prioritizing the customer. She asked if I could help her as soon as I finished washing my hands before I was about to put that away and stuff. And I'm going to help her. She literally looked at me. It's like, "Can you help me, please?" Like this sweet little old lady. Like, she wasn't even being mean. She was like, "Oh, are you able to help me, please?" And I was like, yeah, sure. You know, I just immediately went into it. You know, it's like, because I'm going to be a nice guy and make sure, you know, she ain't pissed off or nothing. You know what I mean? So it's like, and then literally within a span of a minute, while I'm still helping this lady, you know, like she puts it in her, you know, office really quick, and then comes back. It's like, "I put it in the office. Just put it, you know, just when you get a chance, grab it and put it in the break room." It's like, all right, got it. And then not even like 20 seconds later, when the ops manager's like, "Someone's personal hat is in here where it doesn't belong," and just like does that, drops it on the counter where I initially had it. And then, you know, one of the other ops managers that's been pretty chill with me, it's like, "Hey, you know, put your hand in the break room, please." And I was like, "I know, I got caught helping the customer. I'll do it immediately when I'm done." You know, and I was still helping her because she wanted a few things, not just one thing. She wanted like 3 things. And I had to also go to the hot case real quick. She wants some JoJo's too. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is not making it look good on me, because the longer that shit's there, the more it's..." And then they noticed the phone just chilling there, and it's like, "This also needs to be put away, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, and the manager's like, "Put this in a locker." I was like, "Well, here, my phone goes in my pocket, you know, it'll be there, outside out of mine. I'm getting my break room. I just got helped. I just got stuck beside the customer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause that kerfluffle." And she just kind of like, she just kind of gave me this look of like, "God damn it." Like, and I'm just like, you know, "Hey, the customer was there, man. You know, you're the manager. It could have been like, hey, I'll take care of this for you. You know, just deal with that." You know, like, I mean, she could, I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where either one of us probably could have taken the initiative, but either way, it's like, it's like, fucking Christ, bro. God. Like, every tiny little thing, dude, it is just insane. I'm just so glad I don't have to worry about it anymore, but holy fuck, like, dude, there's gonna be like, bro. It's like, there's like a certain like spectral like version of PTSD that happens with shit like this. It ain't like, you know, I've seen some shit in Knob, man. I've seen some shit in Fallujah, bro. It ain't that. That's a whole nother thing. But like, fuck, dude. There's there's some like PTSD shit with this stuff. I swear to God. Because fuck, man. I'm just glad that once I get back from work, it's just like kind of maintain, keep the head low for a little bit, you know, just like maintain what we got going on. And then once our manager comes back and give it like another week or two, you know, things kind of get back into its usual swing of things. And as long as we just maintain what we got going on, then I'll peach king, all good, which fine by me. But it would be nice if we had more people so it'd be less stressful on people like me. That'd be nice. I also hate banks. Popping like a BZ. You know what I should have done? Go up to the president of the company. Sit. You motherfucker, I saw you. Oh, bastard. Hey, how you doing? Then wham! Right across the face. What, just like good old bam! You know, honestly, tomorrow, since I know that like every district manager or like every store director and manager is going to be here tomorrow for the store, I'm going to see, you know, where. Why in the fuck are these? What are you doing? You want me to kill your ass too? Because I'll do that. Where's your ass? You're right there. Hey, little fucker. Oh, you son of a bitch. What? Oh, I'm so goddamn tempted to pull out the 12, bro. I'm tempted to pull the 12 on you motherfuckers. What? You want out? Door's open for you ass. Go. Go on. Get, bitch. Motherfucker. I'm gonna have to sit here and watch these little fuckers. I'm assuming it's one. I don't know if there's more than one, honestly. That sounded like two got in a fight. But maybe it was one panicking because it got caught in some net or some shit. Because I know we have like some net roll thing over here. Some fishnet shit. Motherfuckers, dude. Imagine a guy telling Marco to call you and forgot your phone. Theme is set to something like, yeah, fuck CEO. Jones Intense Metal plays. Fuck the CEO. Dude, I need to play Wheel Walker Jr.'s Fuck This Job for that. Fuck this job. Fuck your boss. Fuck your profits and fuck your loss. It'd be perfect. I know I got some rounds, dude, and all. I need to get some 12 gauge rat shot because I know it exists. Because, dude, I'm done with these fuckers. Like, if we don't got a cat to fucking take care of this business, then I'm gonna do it myself. Because holy shit, dude. So, Coffee, you want to help scare him off a little bit too? Yeah, want to do that? Here, get your booty in here. Yeah, they're over here. I need to take a piss anyway. Maybe Make sure the gate's closed. But we'll go outside for the back portion. Maybe that'll cause them to fuck off for a little bit because they're not here. Let's see. Fuck off yet? Yeah. Guess I'm just gonna have to leave that door open for now. Okay. There we go. Oh shit. What's up, Ben? Currently sitting in the shower. I like how Rose unintentionally thought that he said shit. Dude, you know, I will admit, if I was in here initially and I saw that, I probably would have been like, bro, why? Dude, I know you've done some weird things when it comes to that, but dude, bro. Taking a Twitch shower for my restless legs, thanks. Oh, no worries. I mean, yeah, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. It does. I mean, that's kind of partially why I kind of thought that for a minute. I was like, what? Can't believe, like, these little fuckers. I swear, if Mickey is able to, like, get his ass out of here, you know, I'll just be happy with it, because it seems like he's over there now. I think his little tenant left, because I saw that, but... Because, you know, I haven't heard anything over here lately. I actually have been hearing shit over here, you know, in the last day or two, so I think they're trying to find more food resources and shit like that. And I think they're finally ready to get the fuck out. See, I wanted a dual stream. I better wait until I moved so Shay can join if they want. Well, I mean, I figured, you know, we can do one. Well, I was also wanting to ask if we want to do one tomorrow, because, I mean, I don't have to meet my mom for a little dinner date for my birthday and karaoke and all that shit up until about 7. So I was going to probably do like a little small, little like preamble, like little stream, you know, maybe like around 2 or 3, you know, or something like that. You know, so I was thinking if you want to do like one for like an hour or two, then I was going to ask you that if you happen to be on, or I was going to DM you that on Discord. One of the two. Happy early birthday. Well, it's officially not my birthday yet. I was born at like 2 in the morning or some shit on the 16th. Like, I was like a few hours off from actually having my birthday on the 15th. Like, funny enough, my family friend that we were having our birthday party at Red Robin earlier today, where I saw a Cybertruck. Venom, I saw a Cybertruck in the wild, by the way. But while we were, you know, having dinner there, you know, we're celebrating her birthday. And like, since my birthday is like the day after, we celebrate our birthdays together a lot of times. And because in my childhood growing up, we always would celebrate our birthdays at Red Robin usually. So we, as tradition, we went there. But but also for the first time, her and I had a drink together. Because she used to never be a drinker, but she's kind of slowly but surely been opening up to maybe having a little cocktail for dinner here and there, stuff like that. Not like having a beer night or some shit, but for a nice dinner or celebration, being open to a cocktail or something, because like back in the day, even my mom can attest to it, where she's like, yeah, like she used to not be a drinker at all, whatsoever. So it's one of those things where it's just like, that's kind of cool. Because we, put those, drinks on, for the cheers, and we're like, salud, and it's like, this cool little experience. I love it. I might had myself like this little Mai Tai. That was so fucking tasty and so good. And then there's like the strawberry freckled lemonade vodka drink that they had and shit. So you were born on the 16th at 2 a.m. Well, I don't know if it was 2 a.m. To be honest, I don't remember exactly the time that I was born. I know my mom and a few other people know that, but I forgot exactly. I just know it's on the 16th, like hella late at night. So, I mean, I was like a few hours off from being a 15th baby. So that's kind of why we also celebrate. I kind of do like a dual birthday celebration, like a kind of a little more laid back, family friendly version on the 15th, and then my version on the fucking 16th. And then we kind of keep the party going on the 17th, because I'm just like, woo, because I have a lot of friends who have a birthday on the 17th as well. So, do you remember the womb? Who in the fuck does? I will admit, there is like this weird memory that I think might have been, but I think it's just bullshit anyway. Where it's like I remember hearing like construction style noises, like in hindsight kind of thing, when in the womb. Because apparently babies can hear like, stuff in the womb. Like they hear like, the woman's heartbeat, their mother's heartbeat and shit. But it sounds like a... Like they've actually recorded it internally, and that's kind of what it sounds like. It's a really weird sound, but kind of cool. But there's also other audible things that babies can't technically hear from the outside, but it tends to, but not, but in hindsight, when you really think about it, like the whole, like the mother's heartbeat, like that's gonna pretty much like be overridden by anything that that outside noises would have, unless it's really loud. Which construction noises would be loud. And I know my mom said that, I was like watching it and stuff, watching my dream home be built and thinking about what's going to be what and this and that. Like, so I know she was like hanging around a construction site and stuff. And also her brother and his construction company were the ones who did it anyway. So, I mean, I guarantee you that they were probably talking while, shit was being built, while they were standing right outside, checking it out. I would not be surprised. I bet, honestly, she would even confirm that. It's like, yeah, we were hanging out outside. Doesn't talk about much because her brother that we're talking about, he's the one I've mentioned that is probably a killer. Like, and I don't really like at all. Has a fondness for me, but I think honestly because he wants to maybe like honestly, I have a theory about this actually. Because I think about this shit. Because I mean, when it comes to my uncle, I'm like, honestly, I guess fuck it. I'll say his name because it's honestly short, for what his name is, Mike. I mean, and also his last name is way different from mine anyway, so good luck finding it. Well, whatever. Who gives a what? Fuck it. I don't. Whatever. But he is pretty much from the entire family. Is pretty much the guy that caused my mom's dad, my grandfather, to have passed away. Despite being terminally ill with brain cancer. like he would have still at least had a comfortable life for a little longer, despite being bedridden and shit. Or maybe predominantly needing dependency care and stuff. Like he would still, he still at least have some time left to where I could have more time with him. Certain things like wills, stuff like that could have been more thought out, all this other shit. But because a lot of that wasn't necessarily, he took advantage of that shit. And one of those nights, when he passed away, he is pretty much what we assume, considering the autopsy with our my grandfather as well. He was not given his medication that night, and the only person that would be able to do so would have been him. So passing his sleep and shit, mainly because he didn't make sure that his daily medications were taken, and stuff like that, at least especially for his nightly meds. And pretty much my entire family, even on my dad's side to an extent, believes that, yeah, he had some nefarious involvement in that. And that is not the only instance of this either. My step-grandmother, my grandfather's wife, after he divorced my grandmother from my mom's mom, she also, after she needed dependency care, moved in with him. About 4 or 5 months later, passes away. Same thing, by the way. Not, medications weren't taken, when they needed to be, and health complications took over. And because that does seem kind of innocuous, because like, oh, I forgot, or whatever, or maybe like, oh yeah, they were taken, but they weren't really as effective because whatever, some shit. Like there's ways to kind of cop out with that, where the blame can't really be put on that person. But despite that, though, it's just like it's pretty much, for all intents and purposes, he did it. Not like murder by like he like outright took a gun or strangled or any of that shit, but he made sure certain things were made when it comes to a play, when it comes to the will, and when it comes to inheritance and all this other shit, where he maximizes as much as he can out of it, because he's that type of motherfucker. He's also last time I heard, a pretty major MAGA chud. And also, I think, from my understanding about how he is lately, from the few things that some of my cousins, my aunts, and a few other people have said, because he's actually hit up in the past couple of years, very rarely, but sometimes, when it comes to some of my family members, will call him up and say some really weird, wild shit. Like, there was one time one of my cousins, had him call him up and be like, hey, hello. It's like, yeah, my name's, so-so, I'm, my mom's brother. And it's like, and they're like, oh, it's you. Wait, how'd you get my number? What do you want? It's like, oh, do you know about me? Start talking about me and stuff. And just like, and it's like, what? He's like, don't call me again. This is really weird, bro. And we'll hang up, block his number and shit, and obviously would tell Skullbutt with the rest of the family, because that's how I knew about it, because my mom got the grapevine about that, and she was like, don't interact with him, don't talk to him. And I'm just like, I've read up about Oregon state law about self-defense when it comes to especially one's own property, and I'm willing to take the fall, when that, like, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I've heard too much about this guy. And here's my theory about him. And this is why I'm fucking kind of creeped out by it, because I think he wants to try to, like, give back to the family, because he looks up to me for some weird reason, because he knows that whatever inheritance or whatever will that my mom has, he might be the next of kin, technically, to be able to have some of that. He wants to hold that over me and basically, be a part of my life and shit, and take some sort of influence, and then over time give me that, and shit, basically. Like, I think there's some weird nefarious shit to it. And, because it's kind of a pattern with him. It's been a pattern at least twice, and I'm certainly aware of. And frankly, some of my family members speculate he's done this with a few others, maybe not necessarily of family members, but maybe of other people. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know how far that shit about him goes. I just know there's at least 2 confirmed, as far as I care. But honestly, that could go deeper. He almost got his tentacles into my mom's closest friend, the one we were hanging out with for our birthday, because they had a relationship for a while. Almost got married even. And it tore their friendship apart for a while too, to the point where he was able to have kind of almost total control of her and her family's life and shit like that. And eventually she realized how much of a kind of a fucking freak he was. And, honestly, for a couple of years, it took a while for, her and my mom to kind of rebuild the relationship. I mean, they're pretty much like two pieces of the pod again. I mean, I think they, have moved past this entirely. And if anything, they just don't ever bring it up anymore, because it's just obviously, a bad past, right? But it's one of those things where it's like, hey, my mom was just trying to warn her a little bit. It's like, yo, he's someone you probably want to avoid a little bit. He sounds dangerous. I know he is. And also, I know he has guns. As a kid, he had a couple of safes full of fucking guns. Shotguns, hunting rifles, AR-15s, AKs, fucking name it, dude. Bro, I know. Why do you, honestly, I mean, at least when it comes to personal, at least for family reasons, why do you think I own a few? Honestly, that's a part of it. Because I know he's armed. Like, if he wants to fucking do some weird shit, he's capable of it. And I ain't making my mom or myself or any of my fucking family members, my dog or this property, I ain't making that shit a victim of that. Because I've heard too much of it. Like, it's definitely, not one I think about a lot, but I do think about it. Because it's a freaky thing. To know that I got someone who is a killer in my fucking family who was murdered before, probably kind of a serial killer, maybe. I mean, that's fucking freaky. He killed my granddad, dude. Like, that's fucking kind of freaky to think about. And if he had his webs and tendrils into my mom, and luckily she's got the fucking foresight to realize this, like, I mean, he would do the same thing to her. I mean, if honestly, not in the case of the law, but I would probably have a justified reason to fucking honestly go after his ass. But I ain't that much of a vigilante. At least not for that personal reason. But I'm willing to stand my ground on that shit, though. I'm willing to fucking, it's a freaky thing, dude. I mean, I have an active PDF file of mine. I mean, who knows? Maybe I have an extended family member that no one knows about that does shit like that. I don't fucking know. Frankly, I mean, that's probably the only thing that would be worse. What's your favorite Bible verse? The one where Jesus reveals his big, luscious titties to the Holy Land. I think it's John 6, chapter 6, verse 9, dude. Sure, though. Wait, hold on. I know I missed some of Venom's comments here. Hold on. My girlfriend's grandmother is in a similar boat. Her dementia has left her basically a shell. It's really sad to watch because she has to stay there a couple weeks, and I gotta say how bad her grandmother really was. I should call. I don't have his number for one, and for two, I would never fucking make that contact. The only time I've ever talked to him, if he shows up on property, I'm going to tell him, it's like, look, I mean, it's cool for you to visit, I guess, but I got my own thing going on. You got your own thing going on. What do you want? Like, just be blunt with it. Tell me why you're here. And if not, it's cool to see you. But if you want to catch up, then see me at work or whatever. See me at, a bar or something, but not here. Like, because, frankly, I'm not exactly comfortable with that. It'd be better when we're in a public setting where I know that I have other fucking eyes on me. Straight up. And frankly, if I ever, saw his face around my property, the first thing I'm, making sure is that either I got, an access to one of my Second Amendments, right next to me, or at least within arm's reach, because, like, as far as I'm concerned, I ain't leaving the actual house itself, and that thing is going to pretty much be held in my hand right next to me. It's like, what do you want? You got about, 5 minutes, maximum to fucking, explain some shit. catch up a little bit, and then be on your fucking way and get the hell out of here. Because you don't want to know what I'm holding on to. And it won't be a bluff either. That shit ain't bluffing. No, I got it right for that. I mean, I have a legit right to defend my property. Even in Oregon state law, there is an exception for castle doctrine when it comes to that. I mean, it has to be met with vehicle force, but if I'm not pulling no trigger or nothing, or not, doing anything myself, it's, he has to make the first fucking actions. But if I'm just doing it to say, hey, get the fuck out of here, and not doing anything, that law's on my side of that. I've learned this. I've researched it just for this motherfucker alone, dude. I could give a fuck if some random far-right freak ball, shows up. If anything, I would have fun with that. I wouldn't even be fucking freaked out, honestly. I'd be like, you fucking showed up all the way over here just to fucking troll wee little me, like, you little bitch. I would be fucking on him. I honestly would have fun with that little twerp. But for this guy, though, that's a whole nother ballgame. That's shit I take seriously. You are Christian enough to have a Bible nearby, though? Yeah, I am. Unless you're not talking to me. But I literally have one that could just manifest out of nowhere, okay? Like, yeah, I do. That's something else probably be rapidly flipping through a Bible to see if it's real. Dude, probably. I am that dumbest. Well, yeah, well, okay, fair enough. What does John chapter 6, verse 9 actually say? Well, I know there is a book of John. You know what? Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's see what it says. Yeah, well, hold on. Which John are we talking about? Because there's, oh my God, there's 4 different Johns, and this is in alphabetical order. There's John. There's John 1, John 2, and then John 3, dude. There's 4 different Johns. Which one? Just John? You know what? We're going with what you said, so. But I have to go fucking hella deep, bro. Page 836, dude. This is deep in this bitch. Where? Okay, here we go. Chapter 6, right? Okay, so. It might be something that Jesus said, bro. It might be some words of God himself or Jesus. Verse 9. Oh, shit. It's combined into one verse. It's verse 8 through 9. Then Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, spoke up. There's a youngster here with 5 barley loaves and a couple of fish. But what good is that with all this mob? Here, I'll repeat it. Then Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, spoke up. There's a youngster here with 5 barley loaves and a couple of fish, but what good is that with all this mob? John chapter 6, verses 8 through 9, because that's how it's put here. So I guess verses 9 would be, there's a youngster here with 5 barley loaves and a couple of fish, but what good is that with all this mob? I'm assuming that's verse 9. But it's kind of combined into one little thing. So, yeah, there you go. And also, as a bonus, you get verse 8, too. 2 verses in 1. And immediately afterwards is Jesus. And he says, verse 10, John chapter 6, verse 10, tell everyone to sit down. That's the words of Jesus. Jesus ordered, tell everyone to sit down, Jesus ordered. And all of them, the approximate count of the men was only 5,000, sat down on the grassy slopes. Then Jesus took the loaves and gave thanks to God and passed them out to the people. Afterwards, he did the same with the fish, and everyone ate until they were full. With a couple of fish and some loaves of barley, he manifested bread and fish for all, and fed it for a day. But you can also teach a man to fish and feed him for a lifetime. Another proverb, for Jesus. Actually, I bet this is tied to that. Verse 12. Now gather the scraps, Jesus told his disciples, so that nothing is wasted. Dude, that's like some Native American shit, low-key. That's what natives believe here. It's like, yeah, we waste not. Based Jesus. Even look at the scraps and salvage what you can so not is wasted. Dude, that's base, bro. That's like, reuse, repurpose, recycle shit, bro. Dude, fuck yeah. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Dude, that's like some straight up, Bible shit right there. Dude, I like how John chapter 6, verse 9, even though it's a meme, actually, funny enough, actually has some kind of base shit going on in here. Low key, dude. See, like, honestly, all this red, like I said, dude, this is the Bible you want. If you want to actually, like, learn what Christians ought to fucking know, get that fucking type of Bible. Get, like, the Words of Jesus Bible or something. One of these. A New Testament one specifically, because that's where Jesus is in the New Testament. So get one of those. If you really want to fucking challenge a Christian and fucking flex on, like, do you know your Bible? Yeah, actually, I know the Sermon on the Mount. Chapter, like here, I will give you the fucking verses and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, the flex honestly leaves them stunted. They're like, They suddenly kind of are like, wait a minute, oh shit, they actually know their shit. Honestly, hold on. I want to go back because there was a point where, like, in that chapter where it was like filled, So hold on, I want to go like filled with his words. Yeah, here we go. What's going on here with all this? Oh my god. Oh shit. You want to know how Christianity is anti-Semitic? John, this is chapter 5, I believe. Yeah, chapter 5. John chapter 5, verse 18. Get this. Then the Jewish leaders were all the more eager to kill him because in addition of disobeying their Sabbath, he has spoken of God of his Father, thereby making himself equal with God. Jesus replied, here we go, keep going. The Son can do nothing by himself. He does only what he sees for the Father doing it in the same way. For the Father loves the Son and tells him everything he's doing, and the Son for far more awesome miracles than the man's healing. He will even raise from the dead anyone he wants to, just as the Father does. And the Father leaves all judgment and sin to his Son, so that everyone will honor the Son just as they honor the Father. But if you refuse to honor God's Son, whom he sent to you, then you are certainly not honoring the Father. He's telling that to the Jewish leaders, by the way. That's some anti-Semitism shit right there. Tell you what, a little bit. I mean, low key, like, when I say that, like, this evangelical Christian Zionism, which this is actually some of the shit that defends that, what we just read right there is some of the verses that are used to defend that. Because, like, if these Jews aren't willing to accept, the Son of the Father, then they're not honoring the Father and thus not actually, believing in, the Abrahamic faith, and thus are damned to hell. And it's honestly a foreshadowing to the whole rapture, where either when Jesus comes back, which he's even foreshadowed there too, it's like, hey, if you don't believe me, even at that point, then yeah, you're damned to hell. So bye, Jews. Like, that's basically what he's saying a little bit. And Christians believe this. Let's kind of keep going because let's see, maybe there might be some base things here and there. Who knows? We'll see. I say empathetically that anyone who listens to my message and believes in God, who sent me as eternal life, will never be damned for his sins, but as already I pass out from the death and delay. As solemnly declared that the time is coming, in fact, it is here, when the dead shall hear my voice, the voice of the Son of God, and those who listen to shall live. The Father is life himself and has granted the Son to have life in himself, to judge the sins of all mankind because he is the Son of Man. Don't be so surprised. Indeed, the time is coming when all the dead in their graves shall hear the voices of God, or hear the voices of God's Son, and shall rise again, those who have done good to eternal life, and those who have continued in evil to judgment. But I pass no judgment without consulting the Father. I judge as I am told. My judgment is absolutely fair and just, for it's according to the will of God who sent me. It says, okay, yeah. Certainly, and is merely my own. When I make claims about myself, they aren't believed. But someone else, yes, John the Baptist, makes these claims for me too. Yeah, I've gone out to listen to his preaching, and I can assure you that all he says about me is true. But the truest witness I have is not from a man, though I have reminded you that John's witness so that you believe me and to be saved. John shone brightly for a while, and you benefited and rejoiced. But I have greater witness than John. I refer to the miracles I do, and these have been assigned to me by the Father, and they prove that the Father has sent me. And okay, this is basically just being like, hey, look, believe me, guys. That's kind of one of them lacking shit, when it comes to Jesus, to be frank. You search the scriptures for, here, I'll just kind of skip ahead a little bit. So verse 39. You search the scriptures for you believe that to give you eternal life, and the scriptures point to me. And Christians don't ever believe that. Yet you won't come to me so I could give you this life eternal. That's some shit that Christians ought to fucking read a little bit. Your approval or disapproval means nothing to me, for as I know so well, you don't have God's love within you. Oh, dude, that is a savage quote right there. Your approval or disapproval means nothing to me. For as I know so well, you don't have God's love within you. That's some shit Christians ought to fucking kind of reflect on a little bit right there. Ooh, that is a savage fucking quote of Jesus right there. Dude, that is... Ooh, let him cook. Hold up. Let him cook for a second. Shit. Hold up. I know because I have come for your representing my Father, and you refuse to come to me, though you are readily enough receive those who are not sent from him, but represent only themselves. No wonder you can't believe. You gladly honor each other, but you don't care about the honor that comes from the only God. Yet it is not I who accuse you of this to the Father. Moses will. Moses, on whose laws you have set your hopes of heaven. For you have refused to believe Moses. He wrote about me, but you refuse to believe him. So you refuse to believe in me. And since you don't believe in what he wrote, no wonder you don't believe in me either. And these Christians especially love to go to the Old Testament and talk about like Moses and like Leviticus and all this other shit. That's calling that shit out right there. You always, will talk about the Old Testament, but you never talk about the New Testament that I preach as Jesus. Like, you never fucking talk about that unless it happens to, ordain to, your interests. Dude, maybe honestly, those Christians, maybe outside of that verse 18 to 23, they can avoid that. But everything else, I mean, honestly, they ought to fucking read that a little more. They ought to fucking really start reading that shit a little more. Just uses magical man meat to clap them cheeks and can't change my mind. He did. Yeah. Interpret that how you will, whether, philosophically, metaphorically, literally, or any other, different way. I am Jesus, straight up. Little puss reference right there. I am Jesus, straight up. So cross. It just pulls up a cross instead. Shit, dude, that would actually be kind of fucking dope. Okay, dude, if the Christians were to unironically rip off, like, Puss in Boots 2, but instead of death, it's Jesus, and it is at least as well produced as that, I honestly might unironically love the fuck out of it. Another thing where I'm about to sell myself on, dude. I'm about to sell myself on that. Son of a bitch, dude. I'm about to sell myself on, like, Puss in Boots 2, Christ Edition. I am Jesus, straight up. Cross. Dude, holy shit. I keep selling myself on these terrible ideas, but you know what? I embrace it. I'm okay with it. And Jesus clapped Mary's voluptuous cheeks with his magnificent man meat. True. Actually, it wouldn't be Mary. It would be Mary. Mary Magdalene. was about to say, no, it's Magdalene. Mary Magdalene. I was like, oh, wait, Mary's in her name. But, yeah. There. Yeah, I'll take a little piss real quick, but I know this is at least certainly a copyright-free song, so I'll just let it play a little louder. I'll be back. Hey, doggo. And oh, this way. Goofy little doggo. Oh, just not comment this. Where Jesus fed a mob of is this the food story where Jesus fed a mob with fish and grain? Yeah. Actually, what we were reading was basically that. Where, yeah, it's like, oh, we're, how we're going to be able to, like, feed all these people with, like, barley and a couple fish. And Jesus just, like, manifested, like, had a cheat code where he just, like, had infinite fish and loaves of bread. And honestly, I'm pretty sure the whole like feed a man a fish, you feed him for a day, and teach a man a fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Either I think comes down later in that same chapter, or at least in that same book, but it might be a little bit later down the line because I know it's kind of almost a weird foreshadowing because like, hey, I could feed people, but also I could teach them how. I guess it's basically implying that Jesus already had that shit. And it's like, hold up, give me that shit. Let me go to my supplies with all this, with all my stores. If I give it to people. I mean, all of it's likely just fanciful tales anyway, so. I mean, you can really interpret it and theorize about how that really happens, at least when it comes to like the Oculus Razor, element in mind. Because frankly, I mean, there's an idea about how that could have happened. And I think, the idea that like he just was a lot more in tune with the land a little bit, even as an individual and with his apostles and shit, like they all kind of work together to kind of like gather a bunch of food and, fish and some like, barley to make some bread and stuff. And, when, and at least when it comes to that, they all like gathered, a bunch of people and like, hey, one of our dudes only brought so much, but we got a bunch of stores and we can give them out to the people because we've been kind of hoarding it for a little bit, so we can give it out to these people to kind of show our blessings and show our miracles that we can make. I mean, which makes sense. And to a lot of those people, they'll think, oh shit, they just performed some miracles out of nowhere because we haven't seen them before, even though they've probably been doing this type of shit for a while, and just been like going from community to community, giving off their stores in between, everything, while they're like, walking down the deserts of like, the Levant and shit, with their little mules and stuff, like in between, they're passing by rivers and shit like that and stuff. And they're, they're fishing in between, gathering some wild barley and wheats and stuff, and maybe trading too. Like, that's just how people were back then, right? Like, I mean, especially when it comes to merchants or like travelers that, spend a lot of their time doing traveling and exploration or like, all this other shit. It was a lot, in a weird way, it was way easier to do that. Because if you didn't really have anything, you probably already at least had some knowledge on how to like get some food for yourself and shit like that. And even if you didn't, I mean, at least granted for the time, you can at least be servitude, for a short period of time, just to at least earn enough of a keep to be able to like, feed for yourself, learn for yourself, for different skills, and working on a farm or some shit or like a ranch or, or whatever. And then being able to use the skills to at least, get out and, have a little meal and then go travel around a little bit. Maybe even like, on your skills on like trading and bartering and stuff. I mean, that's like commonplace. It's how a lot of merchants, made their shit, made their keep. It's not like merchants just spawned in with all their shit randomly, like it's in Skyrim or whatever, you know what I mean? And suddenly it just respawns over time. Like, I mean, a lot of those people had to like straight up maybe collect that stuff over time, or trade for it. Maybe go on to random battlefields, follow different armies, and when, the battle's over, run over really quick, grab whatever scraps they, armor, weapons and shit, little mementos or random things like that, trinkets and shit, collect what they can, sell that off, and then, invest in bulk random goods and shit and become merchants and shit. I guarantee you that's probably how a lot of merchants made their way, initially, at least when it came to starting up. Because it's like, hey, I want to travel the world, but I need a way to make money doing so. Why not collect shit, sell that shit, buy a bunch of cheap shit, and sell it for extra profit in other places where it's not as common to have these places, or have these things. Eventually, over time, I mean, that's how a lot of these, like, trade companies, became a thing. They legit had to kind of start somewhere. But that was back when you can at least be self-made a little bit. But even then, it's like the whole idea of being self-made, there was definitely motherfuckers who pretty much inherited shit left and right. I mean, the royalty, later down the line, these trade companies and shit like the, British East Trading Company and stuff, like, given enough time and like there's no like self-made shit with this at all. Even like, especially, in royalty where like maybe, there's like a little bit rougher roll of the dice, so to speak. Like with King Carl XII of Sweden, like he was anointed as king at 15 and basically made the Empire of Sweden pretty much at its peak, when he was like 18. Like within a few years, he pretty much made like the Swedish Empire from a slow but surely kind of growing, power, and made it a full fucking fledged superpower, at that time. In the late 1600s and early 1700s and shit. Like, and he did that, like, younger than me. And I think he died around, like, 28, 29 or something. He died pretty young. Like, I mean, and it's, like, arguably that could be kind of self-made because he kind of had to start from scratch. But even then, he had, like, everything kind of laid out for him. He was also a royal, so he wasn't self-made. He just had like this whole grandeur of like, I was literally chosen by God to run this shit, so fuck you, and had a very hyper strict idea about how to run an army. That's where the Carolinas came into place. Like the Carolinas were like pretty much like the elite units and like the army rangers of like the army, so to speak. Like they were the badass of the badasses, mainly due to utter full conviction of religious doctrine, but also loyalty to the king. And pretty much only like the bravest and the most like kind of badass soldiers of the time, would be able to make their ranks basically. Like they were very prestige because despite being heavily outnumbered in multiple battles, they would be able to flawlessly win because they would essentially, wait until they saw the white in the eyes of the enemy, and then they'll start doing their fire rank shit. And in between then, probably taking casualties left and right. But once, they, got to the point where they can like see the enemy and shit that close up, they were precision fucking marksmen. Like they were able to like knock out a bunch of fucking people. Because even if like, for the volleys and all this other shit, like, a bunch of them might die in a regiment, like there would be at least enough of them to where it's just like a full like, boom, like a full fucking, fire. They crouch, next rank, boom, and then they, third rank marches up, and then they just fucking, like the fire rank, it's like the fire in advance, technique. It's a very old one, but like they mastered it pretty much and did it in such close quarters to where like it just decimated the fuck out of the opposing forces, even if, their regiments, took a lot of hits. And even then, despite that, they didn't have that many casualties. It was only at Poltava, the Battle of Poltava, where King Karl XII was actually wounded, so Armsfeld and a few of his other generals had to kind of take charge, where shit turned the tide. And the Carolinas, ended up getting heavily fucking decimated and got fucked up, so a lot of the veterans and a lot of expert soldiers ended up dying. So after that, like the Carolinas and like these armies in Sweden eventually took a major fucking hit. King Karl XII actually ended up being in exile in Turkey for a time until he returned, and then had a war with Denmark and Norway, and then died at Fridtjof in Norway. And to this day, still kind of a mystery about who killed him. That's honestly kind of the crazy thing about it. Like, there's a strong theory to say that there might have been a disenfranchised Swedish soldier that was sick of the constant warfare that he was advancing on, with his leadership, being a hyper-militarist, man. And there was also speculation maybe it was like, a spy or like somebody else, who was like an assassin who like worked his way into the ranks, to be able to take the shot eventually. I mean, and they also speculate it might have been, a cannon shot, like a great ball shot, from the Danish side. I mean, they don't really exactly know who took a shot or what hit him. It could have literally just been a straight fucking bullet for all we know. I mean, no one knows. It's literally, there's some concrete theories to speculate that there's at least like two strong theories in mind, but nothing really can confirm one way or the other. It's not like nowadays where there's like records and files, locked away in some cabinet, stored, like 500 feet underground or some shit, like some secret, like office or whatever in the halls of Swedish government or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it ain't shit like that, it's like, so it's kind of hard to, really know what truly happened. I think they, from my understanding, I think the strongest theory and what is broadly, from historians agreed upon is that it was just kind of like a stray shot, potentially either by a Danish or a Swedish soldier, because they did use similar weapons at the time, at least for very similar calibers. So they kind of speculate it could have been like, from where he was, like, and with the, like the firefight at that time being so close quarters and at night, some soldier probably tried to take a shot at either a Swede or a Danish soldier at the time and miss, but, the king happened to just be in the background and just fucking hit him in the dome. I mean, like, so that's kind of the strongest theory, I think, just because it's Occam's razor and, it does make sense. But there's still some elements, about, the other two theories about either being a Danish spy or, disgruntled Swede, that just took the shot, because there is a lot of evidence about espionage and spying between the Danish kingdom and Sweden. Like they had a lot of back and forth with that shit because they had a lot of contested territory, especially with Norway that Sweden wanted. And then also the Kattegat, the strait, that goes into the North Sea. So there was a lot of contention, between Denmark and Sweden, because of shit like that politically. So it definitely makes sense with that. And also because of the militarism and the hyper-expansionism and the recent failures of the king, there's soldiers and the people broadly who were disgruntled, and there was definitely a movement of Swedes who were very critical and starting to kind of protest the king a little bit. So there's also theories that maybe one of the soldiers were part of that movement and just said, fuck it. I have an opportunity. No one's going to know. Took the shot. No one knows. That's the thing about history too, It's like you can kind of speculate, with some shit. And that's kind of the fun thing about it, I guess. But some people take it way too fucking seriously. To the point where it's like, oh, it's this or that, or it's dude. I mean, we're never gonna have a full fucking picture. You know what I mean? We can speculate, so much, and even with special what we do know, But I mean, don't take it that fucking seriously, man. It's like because there's no like inherent like righteous or like objective like thing, to any of this. It's just it's just a wave of history, It's like you learn from it, if anything. Just learn from it, like respect that it happened, and sometimes you're not going to know everything about it, but that's okay. That's also where the fun comes into it. Knowing that, some shit is just going to be a mystery. To me, that's okay, and I actually think it's fun. It's fun to speculate about stuff, because imagine the alt history about stuff like that. That's why I love alt history, too. Because it's like a fun little overlap between stuff like that. Seems just like anything on the notifications of news and stuff. I always get these little silly little news notification things sometimes. I don't know why. Even on my own phone, it's the same way. It's like, bleh. But even there's nothing. Sad. Normally, I would be able to like find a way to do that, but I can't really with this way of doing things. But that's okay. Ugh. Ooh. Oh, I just like popped way more shit in all sorts of places that I didn't realize they needed to be popped. Bruh. Ooh, that feels so good. Oh, goddamn, it feels so good. That feels so goddamn good. Ooh. Why is he? Is he taking a fat fucking nap in that laundry room? Go. You really gotta be that way? Oh, there we go. Cool. You know what? I'm gonna get his little ass over here. Big butt. I'll go get over here. buddy, buddy. Dude, really? Come here. Bro. These bones. Come on. Come here. He lazy bones you. Wait, what are you doing? Hey! You're sitting in my chair. No! Dude, you're in my chair. Oh my god, he's in my chair now. Look at this. He's in my fucking chair. Bro, you're in my chair. Dude. Bro, you're in my chair. You're supposed to be on my lap, bro. Oh my god. Dude. Come here. Oh my god, now I have to pick that ass up. All right, this works. Yep, that works, I guess. All right, whatever. Jeez, bro. Hello. There you go. Hello, buddy. Oh my god. Are you comfortable yet? It's like, jeez, Dad, fuck, no. Oh, look at you. Say good boy. Hey, bro. Really? What a goofball. Ah! Stop licking my ear, dude. Oh, this is a good boy. This is a good little Zuzu. Yes, he is. What a goof. Yes? Can I help you? You got a little dry nose, bro. Your nose is all dry, bro. Got a little dry nose there, bud. You little ragdoll. Ooh! Really? Here, sit your ass back up. Here. You're just a goof. A big old goof. Hey, careful, bro. You've been knocking shit over. You already broke a bong once. You don't need to be breaking shit again. Big goof. Big old goof ball. The smushiness of his face is ridiculous. The smushiness is ridiculous. Like I don't give a shit. Why do you not care about anything I do to you, bro? Yeah. Huh? Why do you not care? Oh, you just like being rocked around like a little baby, don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. That's all you get. That's all you get. All right, there you go. Are you so lazy or incapable of like flipping yourself over there, buddy? Oh! Oh! You bastard! Ooh. I'm okay. I promise I'm okay. He got me good. He got me good. I didn't think it was gonna be that aggressive. I didn't think it was gonna be that aggressive about that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, feeling that in the morning. Feeling that one in the morning. That's right. Oh my god, dude, dog. Why'd you do that, man? Why? The dog. Fuck. I swear he's trying to sterilize me or something. Man, I let my guard down for one time, to let him off my lap, and that's what happens. He goes for it, dude. He knew. What's the blood vein that goes into, goes down there? Like, what's the name of that vein? I don't know what it is. I know you got like the jugular and shit in the neck, but what's the one down there? Because he went for that. He went for that vein, bro. What are you getting into? What's happening over here? Oh, you're sitting on a can. You're sitting on... Wait, that's Logan's can from the other night. You left it there? Oh, now you're just crushing it? Oh, well, that's just... Well, whatever. If he's crushing Logan's can, that's whatever. I'll pick it up later, but... What is that? Is that like a fucking... Oh, that's a Kona. Oh, that's a Kona. Kona's good. Do you have to be sitting on it? I'm going to be hearing him crunching on that because he wants to groom himself. It's licking his feet, licking his face, and licking his belly. Being like, I need to get this human stench off me. He's offended me. Disturbed me from my slumber in the lunchroom. So I'm going to sterilize him a little further and crinkle this king. Oh shit. It's actually now finally after midnight. God damn. And that just means that little karaoke party is going to be happening tomorrow. And also the cool thing is that might be the one time I think y'all might see my mama. I've been, trying to convince her to go down to that karaoke bar at least, at some point, but now it's actually going to happen. So that's going to be fucking hell of fire. Have some tacos and shit, at this little Hispanic restaurant around the corner next door and shit. And I know that she can at least stay until about 10:30 and stuff. So, she even says like, look, even today, kind of took a little bit out of me, but you know what? Yeah, I'll have a drink or two and stuff, and have a little fun. Yeah, I'm just like, hell yeah. Because, I mean, I want to at least, get to the bar about 30, 15 minutes prior so I can at least set myself up and sign up at least, ahead of time if I can. And then once Marissa shows up, I'll be like, hey, let me be an opener. The one thing I just wonder is, about how to get my mom inside. Because, I mean, the main entrance is steps, but there's only one other way that you could get inside, and that's like literally around the corner. But I think I would have to go inside and have her just wait, there for a minute, while I run around, run inside, get my shit going, and then open the door for her and just like, here you go. That's the only thing. But honestly, like, should be fine. Because if not, then uh-oh. I actually heard from my brother because I was trying to hit him up about this, and then he came back and it's like, yeah, I'm going to a concert that night, which I want to find out what show he's going to because I'm just like, well, shit. What show is it? Because tell me about it, and stuff, when you get a chance. Because he may or may not be open for, around 2 at least for tomorrow. He's, so now I know for sure after the bike ride with me, Tyler, and Stefan, now it's kind of like not just a backup plan, but like, do I want to at least maybe do that so my brother can show up and all that? Or nah, it's one of those things where now I want to at least kind of, keep that in the open a little bit. So at least, kind of figure some stuff out. Because if I don't do a round 2 at Duffy's, and there's a metal show that I know Tyler's going to, so we might just join his ass and go to that. I'm not too exactly sure what the full game plan is, but at least for the 17th. I know at least the first half. The second half, I'm still like leaving up in the air because I know the bike ride's going to end at least around like 9 or maybe 8:30, something like that. Now it's your birthday on the East Coast. Well, it's my birthday here on the West Coast too. It's like it's a little after midnight now. It's officially the 16th. So woo, 27. Boom. Honestly, I already thought I was 27, so I'm not gonna lie. Like the celebratory, I made another age. Like I'm not Xander Hallward. It's like I'm the birthday boy. No harm can come to me. Like I'm at the point where it's like, hit me up when my 30th shows up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a prelude with the 29th birthday, but right now I'm like, I already think I'm 28 as it is. Like I honestly deadass thought I was about to turn 28 because I already thought I was 27 for a while. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, there was a minute there where I'm just like, I'm already 27. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. So, that's why I hate being born on an off year, dude. Like, 97. What a weird year to be born. Because, like, if it was 98 or, like, 94, or not 94, but, like, 96, I think it would be easier to keep track. But it's 97. Odd numbers. Why do you think I hate odd numbers? I love evens or multiples of 5. I hate odd numbers because of this fucking reason, honestly. At least one of them. That's one of them. It's hard to keep track how old I am. Because I legit think I'm either younger or a little older, depending on how I feel. Because even when I was a little kid, I thought, like, I was a 96 baby. Because it was just easier to round up to an even number versus an odd number. Like, I legit, did that shit. Be like, oh, I'm older than I really am. I was doing that as like a fucking kindergartner. I know there's like that stereotype, especially with like boomers that say to the youth, like, oh, you got an old soul. But for me, I think that's actually true. I actually think there is like a merit to where my mentality, my philosophy, like a lot of my shit really is almost kind of like on both ends of the door, like with that kind of older, kind of element, but also in the contemporary too. So I think there is at least legitimately some merit, some truth to that for me, honestly. I mean, there's a lot about me, though. I genuinely do kind of think I'm a little bit of an old soul, a little bit. Like the labor union stuff and, that shit. Yeah, I think there's a little MO to that. Kind of the blue collar, Americana, like able to kind of like, talk with fellow blue collar Americana folks and stuff. That too, young and old. It's, I don't know. Like, and I grew up, with my grandparents in the summertime. My parents who are, late. I'm a late baby. Like my dad was in his late 30s. My mom was in, like basically, like about 5 years away from going for menopause. Basically, after I was born, they tied her tubes. So after I was born, she ended up being sterile because she was already about to go for menopause anyway. So fuck it, it's like just a guarantee kind of shit. So I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it's like I'm a late ass baby, so I had to deal with a lot of old geezer and old folk types. And honestly, even tonight, I was literally the youngest person, for the little family dinner because my family friend, she was there for my birth. Like she's one of my closest, friends to my mom. And she had her folks over, and then one of her friends who was like emotional support when with the civil court thing, that had to go with her when I had like, when we were a part of a car accident back in February. I know I've talked about that before, but I haven't talked about it that much. But it was the first time I actually had to go to court, at least as a witness, not directly. So didn't have to go for that. But, it was the first time I've actually been a part of like the court process though, which, is a cool experience, a learning experience, especially. But one of those things where it's like, man, I learned a lot that day, but either way, it's like, I met one of her friends again, after the first time I met her there, with that, because she was pretty cool, and, her and I, like, she was, we didn't have too much, of an opportunity to talk a little bit, but we kind of, recollect a little bit. It's like, hey, how's it been? It's like, pretty good. How's it been since the last time we met? It's like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's like, cool. I've been stressed a lot with work recently, and I'm just glad to have my weekend because I have to avoid all the walkthrough and all that stuff with my workplace and shit. So I'm just happy that I don't have to worry about that. And she's like, well, hell yeah. Let's have a little fun and make sure that we keep that going. I'm just like, yeah. So it was good vibes all around. But, everyone else were, kind of boomers. I mean, but honestly, all in all, I mean, it's not a problem. I could fit in with that. I grew up having to deal with that for the most part. Like outside of like, some cousins or, some maybe, well, not nephews or nieces, but like at least we're like cousins or, other, like distant family members or like, and all that shit. Like, I mean, there was definitely, a lot of, overlap with at least some more of the younger folks in my family, but they were always older than me. Like a lot of my cousins, are just straight up like 10 years older than me and stuff. Like I'm literally the youngest outside of a few other people at this point, some other distant family members, like in the direct family that I'm part of, outside of like a few toddlers, I'm the youngest of the family. Like most of my direct family, I'm now no longer going to be, especially officially, now that my sister's about to have a child and I'm about to be a fucking uncle. So now I got that badge of honor. I'm just like, yeah. I mean, because my brother's technically a step uncle. I'm the biological uncle. So I'm just like, yeah, bitch. So that's pretty fucking cool shit, honestly, straight up. So it's like to at least finally kind of break away from that a little bit is nice, like legit. Because, like I said, I always felt a little older than I really am. And for now, they kind of have the badges of honor or dishonor, depending how you look at it, I guess. But at least for me, I'd say it's an honor because I don't want kids myself. But I've always thought like being an uncle, and kind of like, being the cool, like older cousin or some shit or whatever the fuck. Like I always thought that would be cool shit. So to actually be that uncle now officially, it's like, oh, the next 10, 15 years are going to be dope. Especially like, 15 years down the line, once, my little nephew or niece, ends up being like 16, 17, 18, I'm like, oh, hell yeah, dude. let's go to some shows. You know, I'll like sneak you in or something, you know, or some shit. You know, I'll be like, yo, we're going to a house show. We're doing some shit. Like, you know, we're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna be the cool uncle, okay? And what's fucked is I have competition because my sister is honestly more cooler than me, and I'm a little jelly. So I think that's why I'm just like, yo, once my future niece or nephew ends up being older, I take him to shows. I'm taking him to like some places and stuff. Like we're having some adventures. We're gonna have some J's. We're gonna like have some fun, dude. Because that dude, like every family needs like that quirky, cool uncle, dude. And I'm gonna be that quirky, cool uncle. All right, like you need that uncle in the family member, in the family, thing and shit. And now I got that title too. My more conservatively famous, like, hey, I'm the quirky, cool uncle, and yeah, I could back up why I'm so awesome. So I might be the black sheep within you guys, but I have like prospered, one of my relatives. So, man, shit, dude, it'll be awesome. You could be the cut loose uncle, yeah. And the thing is, like, I will admit, I don't know how my sister is now, but I know she, definitely is a lot more of a rebellious character. Like, she used to do some pretty crazy stuff. Like, she's kind of a body extremist, kind of person where it's like, not only are they getting piercings and tattoos and shit, but that's like all over their body and like tats everywhere and like, fucking like piercing everywhere. But they'll also do like, body extremism shit where it's just like, I'm going to do like some crazy pagan-esque rituals where I'm like hanging myself with hooks, pierced through my back kind of shit. Like my sister, dead ass straight up had her wedding dress, which was in all black and really beautiful too. Like she had these, bull ring piercings in her back, literally pierced that day, and locked up and shit. So she can tie her wedding dress into those, for her wedding and shit. And I watched that happen. She was like, "Oh fuck, that hurt. I felt that one." Yeah, and she was like kind of grunting, moaning, like, "Ah, that hurts. That one hurts. Feel that one." But once they all went in there, they all tied up. She was like, "Oh, they're fun." She just like, because she's used to it. I'm just like, fuck. I'm just like, damn. I need to get myself some tats and piercings already. Because holy shit, she's like leagues above me with that. She's like, I don't want to go that far with it, but fuck, I want at least a little bit of each. Maybe like a little something here. Maybe like something here. Some tats, on the arms for sure. Maybe on the leg a little bit. Maybe somewhere on the chest, possibly. Like, I want, my fair share of tats and some piercing stuff, but it's like, not as far as she goes. Because, I've seen her go pretty extreme with it. I'm just like, God damn. I'm honestly, it's out of respect. I'm impressed. Because, she can go all out sometimes. She is my quirkiness, it definitely runs in the family from my dad's side. That's for sure. And I think it runs from his mom biologically, because from what I've heard about my dad's mom, woo, crazy little chick. And she was small too. She was a tiny one, from my understanding. A lot of the phenotypes from my sister, me, and my dad, we get that all from my granddad biologically from his dad, my dad's dad, like, which I know very little about because he was adopted. So we only know based off of like, whatever archives, are tied genetically, and that's closest that is. And from what I know from her and from, like she's was literally like on the FBI's watch list for a little bit. Not like, the most wanted, but on a watch list. I was like, oh, trying to do some hits on some like local like politicians and shit, state politicians and hyper conspiratorial nut, all sort of shit. Like, whoa. It's like, oh shit, dude. I can kind of see where the conspiratorial mind in me comes into play. It comes from her. I thank fuck I don't got it as bad as her, but holy shit. Depending on what environment and development I could have had, I could have been as nutty as her. That's for sure. Wouldn't be able to get away with it though. Like fuck, honestly, but because that's nuts. I just want like workers' revolution stuff, and I even want that to be peaceful. Like I don't want bloodshed and violent stuff. My pitter patter about the spectrum of it, but like let's have things peaceful. Like that's the best outcome for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's like I like the kumbaya method, but sometimes you can't get what always what you want. You know what I mean? Can't always get what you want. Also, pro tip: if you want ice cream but don't have any cones or anything, eat it out of aside from a container itself. Waffles makes great ice cream sandwich base. Funny enough, I did have a little birthday cake ice cream little thing for Red Robin. It was free on the house. Like they knew it was our birthdays, so they just gave it to us. I was like, "Woo, surprise!" And it's been years actually since I've had some ice cream, and I was just like, "This is actually a really nice little treat." Hell yeah! And it was in one of those like 50s style like little ice cream glasses or whatever. And I was just like, dude, this is actually kind of nice. I know it's Red Robin. It's basically like a boomer restaurant. But funny enough, actually, there was a lot of young people there. There's like some high school kids that got seated shortly after we did. And they were straight up talking about, yo, have you heard about like, blah, 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 blah. Like they're talking about like YouTubers and be like, yo, guys, so we should all try to like, do some YouTube game stuff too. Like, dude, it was like, I was just like, I kind of looked over, I'm like, are they like, it's like, huh? I was like, are these kids trying to like do some gaming shit or something and be the skibbities, whatever? Like, there's almost like, not full on, but like a little subtle hint of the skibbity going on a little bit. And oh my god, dude, there's like families that brought their like little 2-year-olds and shit, and then and one of those families was to be directly behind us, and that little kid was always going, just screeching off, like a little raptor, and I'm just like, It really started getting annoying near the end of the night, because I was just like, can you all like obviously the kid wants to probably run around and like play around with a bush outside. I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, it's amped up, antsy. Get your kid out there and do some shit. Like this stuff around here. Like I was a little kid exploring random shit in the bushes or whatever the fuck. Like it's not like it's impossible. Like if a kid's getting antsy like that, take him outside. So I don't have to be like, and I'm sitting here like, this Mai Tai is really good right now. Sip half of it immediately just to try to get through. It's like, It's like, bruh. That's why, remember, it's a memory as to why I don't go to restaurants like that. Because it's also like the family place, and, those like, bougie, NIMBY, lib families, or conservative families will like bring their little toddlers are like, between the ages of like 2 to 4. And they're always like, loud and rambunctious, running around everywhere. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold up. I actually got a story at my work the other day on my Friday. There was some, there was a woman, which, what, bless her heart, she actually looked like she was kind of struggling a little bit because her kid was running around everywhere. And, and I think I came back from a break, and I rolled up, and I was washing my hands. And all of a sudden I turned around, and this little kid is like, just running around in our back department, and just stood around like, and just looked around like, I'm back here now. And I was like, oh, hey, hold on, little buddy. It's like, you're not supposed to be back here. And I kind of like did this, like, go on. And the mom's like, get back here. You won't go to the park after this. And if you don't come back in 1, 2, and in between that, the kid literally, literally went like, no, and literally ran back. It's like, no, I want to go to the park, kind of shit. I'm just like, go on. It's like, if you're, it's either you'll go to park or we're going to put you to work. Because I, went over to my coworker, somebody else, one of my other coworkers helping, and I went over to my coworker cleaning slicers, that was in front of me like 10 feet away. And I went over to him, it's like, that's the first time I've ever seen that. And honestly, like, I think I've seen a little longer. I was going to put him to work. It's like, yeah, we'll put that little boy, to be a little deli, little clerk out here. And be like, hey, you want to clean the slicer? You're 18, right? We start kind of cracking little jokes because it's like, hey, I mean, that was kind of cute, honestly, And I mean, because we didn't really think of it negatively. He's he's like, what, you know, like 4 or 5, whatever, you know? It's one thing if it's like an adult being back here, like, excuse me, can you help me? And they're in our department. I'll be like, yo, can you, like, you know, be on the customer side? This is our side. Like, employees only. Go. But it's a little kid, you know? So it's like, come on, little dude. Go on, move along. You know, it's like, I mean, that's a whole different scenario. And honestly, like, that was the first time I've ever seen that ever. I've seen some stuff in my department before. There's been adults that be like, you know, I'll be in the back, you know, cleaning some stuff, and someone would be like, hey, can you help me? You know, I'll turn around, and they're literally right there, like, next to our prep sink shit right there. I'm just like, yeah, but this is employees only. Like, look, you can call me from over there. Like, and they'll be like, oh, well, sorry. Or they'll be like, well, you weren't listening. Or they'll say one or the other. I'm like, well, just wait patiently. I mean, just don't be back here. You know, it's like, and I'll kind of be a little uppity about it for a second, but it's like, I'll say, and once I wash my hands really quick, go up to them, it's like, hey, sorry for being uppity, but it's employees only section. Like, you can wait patiently, you know, look, you know, sit there, you know, wait for a minute. Like, even if it's taking a little minute, I will look back and check. I do that. You know, my bad if I was a little uppity at you. But anyway, we can get you. You know, I'll be respectful, but as long as they at least grant that back to me. If not, then I'm just like, what do you want? I'm just going to be like, you know, I'm just going to be dismissive with that at that point. Because I ain't trying to cause trouble, but if they're at least being chill about it, then I'll at least explain to be like, hey, you know, I look back, you know, occasionally, but hey, you know, it's like, just wait patiently, just don't be in our department because you're not allowed to be back there. And I can get in trouble because you're hanging out back there and it looks like I allowed you there. And just don't do that. Because motherfuckers be like that sometimes, man. You're either the cool uncle or the weird possibly six uncle, and if you have the receiving hairline, I got bad news. Well, if my genetics has anything to say for me, with my dad being as old as he is, he's still got a thick head of hair, and it's not even gray. Like, his hair isn't even graying yet, and he's about, you know, he's in, like, in his 60s. I mean, I think I'm safe. And even with me, dude, like, I got the fucking widow's peak, and that's always going to be there. I mean, I'll grant that, but shit, dude, I think I'm safe. Even my mom, she had to go for some radiation treatment stuff. Hey, hermano, hoy es mío. A puta. Jesus. But even with drums, I know. Hey, stop it. I love you, but damn, bro. Damn, dog. Yeah, like I was saying, even with my mom going for cancer treatment and stuff with radiation, even she never lost her full head of hair. And she still has, you know, it's receded over time due to a lot of her medical stuff, but despite that, she still has like a full head of hair. For the most part. It's a little thin, but she still does. So I got the genetics for the hair, bro. My shit's gonna be voluptuous until I'm 90, dude. I'm gonna be one of those old men that just has like the fucking mane, bro. And I was saying from earlier, he's sitting on a Kona beer can that Logan left over there, and he's sitting on it. So every time he moves around, that can's gonna crinkle, and he was like scratching his, you know, face for a second, and it caused that to be a drum, essentially. I mean, now it's curled up in a little ball taking a nap, but he had a little moment, just like, I got an itch. Bah, 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 bah. Or I'm good. Or am I? Okay, I'm good. It's going to sound like it's disrupted and stuck, say like an outage or something, will end automatically. At least here, there's a way to reconnect. Because I have done that. So I just kind of prefer not to, because sometimes like the YouTube app itself will kind of glitch out a little bit, and I'll have to like go back to like the live thing, but it'll say like, do you want to end or resume your stream? So at least gives me an option. I mean, Streamlabs does the same thing, but I mean, if it's honestly just simpler to do this instead of via Streamlabs, because I pretty much might as well do the same thing, you know, there, but it's just more clunky. At least with this car phone. So Which I'll have to at least see how the other phone is doing. I'm just been letting it air out all day today. So tomorrow I'm going to do some test runs and see what happens. I'm just been letting it chill because I want to make sure it's completely dry and all this other shit and stuff like that. And, I'm better safe than sorry, Let's say can't reconnect, will still show up as you being live on your channel. Maybe. Eventually it'll probably end. Because I know Streamlabs has done that a few times, at least, in the past. But, it's one of those things where, I don't know. I would assume that over time it would just end. Because after a certain time, it will act like, the stream just ended. And it will do that. It just takes, multiple hours, for YouTube to officially kind of recognize that. Because I guess there's always, the factor of hey, someone, had a moment and then you reconnect or some shit like that. So it's not like shit doesn't happen, but there's a massive leeway about when YouTube actually stops it versus when they don't. There's been times where I'm even people say, hey, your last stream didn't end. And by the next morning, even though I'm streaming in the evening, I'll be like, oh, well, it'll wrap up, eventually or something. I'll just kind of shrug it off. And yeah, by the next day, it'll be officially a wrapped up stream. And the last time it stopped streaming, it'll just end right there. So it's not a big deal. It just takes longer for YouTube to process it, I guess. Oh, he's still over there. I thought he locked himself in the lunchroom again. Oh, little baby boy. He's curled up in a cute little ball. Oh. Sweet little thing. Oh shit! I just realized. I want to bring a little Zuzu over to the bar for tomorrow. Oh shit! I'm gonna have to call up that restaurant and be like, "Hey, is it cool that I have Zuzu over? Because honestly, I bet we can at least get some outside seating because they do have that available there. Oh, I'm gonna have to call that. I'm gonna have to call that up. Actually, it would make the most sense realistically because once we're done eating, we're just gonna go straight to the bar. So once we're done, checks are signed and all that, we'll just boom. I'm gonna have to, dude, I could flex on my mama a little bit. Be like, hey, I reserved a table outside. Meet you there. Oh shit. Yo, oh dude, that's a flex right there. Oh, that's a flex. Oh, I'm about to finna flex on my mama. I'm gonna call up ahead and be like, hey, can I reserve a seat by 7? Ooh, gotta flex. Gotta flex. Gotta flex on my mama. Gotta do that. I'm about to finna do that. Oh shit. I just realized I needed to stop by my work to reserve some cakes for karaoke at the you know what? Fuck. I'm gonna have to do some Mish shit tomorrow. Oh, this is with the walkthrough too. Oh, I feel so bad for the bakery. Oh, I am that asshole right now. Oh no. Oh no. I'm just gonna find some pre-made ones they got. I'll do that. Fuck, I was meaning to do that today and I totally spaced on it. I knew there was something about today where I'm like, I am missing something that I was meant to accomplish today. There was something in the back of my mind. That's what it was. Fuck! Oh, God, now I'm going to have to do some last second shit. God, oh, son of a bitch. Considering the walkthrough, they definitely got some pre-made cakes. I'm just going to be like, hey, in about an hour or 2 hours, or at least by 5 o'clock or some shit. I'm going to try to, all right, you know what? All right, I'm going to have to do this. Fuck. I'm going to have to go up to my work by at least 1 o'clock and ask, hey, by 6, do you think, you have some pre-made cakes? Let me look at them. I'll choose those. Can you write some stuff? One mainly for free on the house, for Duffy's smiley face, and another one saying happy birthday to me, 27th or something, and then I'll pick them up. And before I go to, the restaurant, I'll go by Duffy's and ask Sean, because he'll be the bartender that night. I already know that. Be like, hey, can you put these in the fridge? And I'll come back a little bit later, and we'll have them set out, and all that shit. Oh, that means I'm going to need to get, some napkins, some forks, knives, and fucking paper plates, too. Oh, shit, fuck. Oh, man. Okay, well, this is about to be a fucking mission tomorrow. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, this is about to be a mission tomorrow. Shit. Woo, I'm just now starting to realize how much of a mission I got tomorrow. Fuck. Well, you know what? It'll be worth it. That's all I know. It's going to be fucking worth it. But holy shit, man. It's about to be mish. Finna be mish. And I know this much. I don't really need to get huge cakes. I just want to at least get 2 where I can at least, write those in on them. But, for what I want to at least have written on one of them. Or at least for both of them. But they don't need to be big. So I'm thinking if they at least have some pre-made, ready to go cakes that, I don't know, probably about yay big-ish, maybe about yay round if they're circular or something. They don't have to be huge, because I don't expect, all of them to be eaten. So whatever's left over, I'll just take back home. But, I mean, if we're going to be there from the very beginning, chances are those cakes are probably going to be gone. Because I know I'm going to at least have a slice or 2 for sure. I know my mama will. And, my pops probably will. So cakes will definitely be eaten. And they're going to be free. I'm whoever wants one can fucking have one, I don't give a shit who takes one. The whole point is for the people to have them. So, it's on the house. But tomorrow's about to be a fucking fun night, dude. I need to write a set list, though. I need to make sure that, Mama knows the set list. Or at least Mama's surprised with the set list. Because I know she can at least be there for an hour and a half for the karaoke shit. So, I know usually the first, 30-ish minutes are pretty slow once it starts. But after that, it tends to get packed pretty quick. So, I think I might be able to squeeze 2 or 3 before it gets too busy. And then I can at least get one more to her. I could probably surprise her with something funny. Oh, I haven't done the Ailstorm song in a minute. Oh, you know what? Oh, I got one. I got one in mind. It's a more of an obscure song, but there's karaoke of it. I should do a Zombies Ate My Pirate Ship. Or maybe, well, I should actually do an easier one, actually, now that I think about it. At least easier to where it's easier on her ears. Because, there's a few points where it's fuck you, zombies. I have to kind of do those growls a little bit. And it's I don't know, that. Even for myself, that might be a little too much early on. So, either Shipwrecked or Key Halt. Yeah, I have to be one of those two, because those are pretty easy. Oh! What's it called? It's not, Treasure Chest Party Quest. It's fucking, what's it called? Fuck. Pirate Metal Drinking Crew. Oh, dude, that's it. Pirate Metal Drinking Crew. That's it right there. That'll be the little last song that Mom gets to hear. She gets to hear some of my metal. She'll hear some of the softer stuff that I know she will kind of like a little bit. I'll see if I can even duo with her a little bit. I'll ask her which song that I know you and I would probably know, or at least I can easily do myself as well, that you and I can duo. I'll see about that. Man, tomorrow's going to be a fucking fun night. Long thread coming. Don't worry, it's for something positive. No worries. I mean, honestly, like, I'm kind of just filling in the dead air at this point. I've been kind of waiting for, like, some chats to pop up. I mean, a part of what I do here is y'all interacting. I mean, fucking throw some chats. Seriously. I mean, part of what I do here is also reacting y'all asses. I ain't just here to entertain y'all, motherfuckers. Y'all are supposed to entertain me, too. Mutual benefit here. I know Rose gets it, but I mean, for everyone else, though, it's like, come on now. Come on. Abstracting now of my latest work in progress. All right, okay, what I have is another found footage style story. The whole thing is from the perspective of a high schooler's vlog in his room, and I want to start positive, but slowly over time, you notice more and more that his life is less than ideal, bullying, neglectful parents, etc. In fact, one detail I want to add is hiccups and burping all at once. Goddamn. Come on, body, stop it. Okay, so one detail I want to add to him is being overweight, but as the videos progress, it becomes thinner to the point of implying anorexia. During each video, you know something odd, the shadows of the clawed hand appearing to be framed in the video, and you see a shadow on the wall behind him, but you notice that it doesn't quite act right. Either it does something completely different from what he's doing, or it's like trying to mimic his normal movement to fit in, but it can't quite get down right. Interesting. Honestly, that I feel in a weird way, I feel like that would be better in like a short film, just because like the visuals, and I'm kind of thinking about, especially if an actor is willing to maybe be a little chunky, but also lose a lot of weight in the progress of, making a film like this, or maybe at least getting two actors that look pretty similar, one being chunkier, one being thinner. For me, like, at least it's like a short film, like a lost footage, like an hour-long, like, short film movie. Like, that sounds fucking legit pretty awesome. I would love to watch a film like that, especially. I mean, to read a story, especially to have, like, those images and, like, because I'm a very vivid, image-based creative mind. Like, I could literally, like, imagine shit while still doing, like, daydreaming while doing my daily tasks at work or some shit. But at the same time, also have like this vivid image in my head that I can kind of partially see while I'm also doing what I'm working. It's so weird, but it's so fucking hard to explain. You have to really have a very vivid, creative mind to really kind of get it, I guess. It's really hard to, explain in a way. It's like some my daydreamy shit where it's like you're doing your shit, you see and you recognize that you're doing stuff like that. Hey, Soups, chill. But at the same time, it's like you have such a vivid daydream shit going on that you can kind of see that too. I get it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you do. So it's like, it's one of those things because I got a lot of daydream like stories and shit in my head that sometimes, depending on what it is, like while I'm working, I'll just like, even weirdly enough, at least, especially if I recognize no one's around me, I'll fucking even audibly like go through dialogue, that is going on with like some of that story in my head. I mean, dead ass. I'll be like, like, not to sound weird, but it's like, I'll go for stories like, oh, so you were caught with like, the blackmail, against, this, politician, and you realize that like, the revolution was not, meant to be succeed unless, it was taken out. And yet he was one of the prime, leaders and, heads of this, so yet you're trying to, do a push against him. It's like, with him, with a bunch of guards, whatever, like some weird daydream fanciful fucking daydream shit in my head where it's like one of the different little files of like universes that I just will daydream about, or whatever the fuck, it's like, and over time, like it legit will just kind of like progress, depending on like how far my daydream, I guess, is kind of going with that. Cause it's kind of like, it's one of those like semi-lucid, like I recognize I'm daydreaming about it, but it's like, it's daydream shit. Like that's kind of shit that you kind of are able to recognize a little more, especially if you kind of realize that you're doing it. Dreaming when you're fully asleep, that's the shit that for me is hard. But when I'm awake and I'm kind of semi-daydreaming, especially when I'm like first starting my shift and I'm just tired as fuck, and even with a coffee, I'm still kind of chugging along a little bit, it happens a lot. How often do you daydream about fighting the entire store like his Family Guy skit? Not often, but every now and then I'll be like, what if there's like a mass shooter, that try to come into our store and fucking try to shoot everybody, bruh. Like, dude, the Family Guy bit of like, I'm about to save the fucking day or some shit, like, dude, like some Rambo ninja jujitsu shit, I'll admit, there's some random scenarios that fucking play in my head with my store for sure, even in actual dreams that I can remember. Weirdly enough, I actually had a dream the other night that I kind of partially remember where it's like I was at work, but I was like, what was it? It was like, I don't ever exactly remember. I know I was at work and I was being hounded on literally every little thing to the point where like I left and walked out, and then like half my department, and then like the store director came out being like trying to convince me not to leave. And be like, no, we didn't mean it that way. Or I know that much. And then I was like, fuck all of you. I'm going to come back and I'm going to make sure that y'all real fucking great when it comes to the fucking worker shit. Or something like that. I somehow teleported from my house back and had like my rifle in hand being like, this is the workers' revolution. I didn't even do anything with it. I just held it up and then like in a weird, like, and then everyone clapped kind of situation, like 90% of my work stood out and be like, yeah, he's fucking right. And, and somehow, like, in my dream materialized picket signs and all this other shit were on strike, literally, like, that. It was a weird dream where I was getting hella fucked on it to the point where I left. And then all of a sudden they were like, wait a minute, we didn't mean it that way. And then I come back being like, nah, fuck you motherfuckers, holding my rifle in the air like this. And everyone was like, everyone clapped. It was literally that. I was like, bruh, like what the hell? Such a weird dream. I forgot all the details about how it all led to that way, but I do remember that part where I was like, up on a megaphone being like, and this is why the proletariat must come together. I like that part of the dream was all like, rah, rah, rah. But like I know what it was about, and I was like doing shit like this with the rifle in hand still, and everyone's like, yeah, right in the parking lot and all this and shit. Like, a few of the co-workers spray painting stuff on the side of the building and all this other shit. Like, it was a very vivid dream. I mean, despite not really remember every little thing about it, I was just like, bro, it's like, dude. Do you ever dream about talking to someone like that down? No, you don't have to do this. This is the bank that took your house. Please, release your anger on them. Sometimes, not that often. At least not that I really, at least not nowhere near as much as where I can remember it. At least in vivid detail. At least, for a dream that I could think of. I'm sure I did have those dreams, and I know actually I have them in the past. Frankly, with some friends that I know, there's definitely been times where I have to, in the dream, be like, no, dude, don't do it. Because honestly, in reality, I had to do the same thing. So, I mean, because the thing is, like, dreams, like, do kind of come and play with stuff like that, where it's like, like a lot of what happens in your reality tends to be kind of regurgitated in those dreams and shit. I mean, honestly, I think in a way, that's kind of the way of a brain to kind of process shit in its own actual reality is during the sleep cycles, to like create these, these dream stated like kind of realities, where it can kind of have way more control on the influences of what happens, even if it is like technically negative still. Hence nightmares and weird like fucking dreams where it's like, that was a weird dream, bro. What the fuck, dude? You know, it's like, so, I mean, I think that's the reason why that shit happens a lot. I mean, like daydreaming. I guess like daydreaming. Not necessarily. I mean, I go for scenarios in my head where it's like, man, hindsight, I could have said something to that motherfucker. I mean, so, I mean, like, not necessarily daydreaming, but at least, you know, when it comes to, like, scenario process, you know, thinking and shit like that, yeah. But not full daydream shit. It's either that or some physically impossible shit. They'll try to shoot at me, but I master the movement to the point, even if I feel the breeze of a bullet, my body will be ready for moving before I can even hit it. Then I end up bleeding out and about 50 holes in my chest. Yeah, no shit, dude. Reality, you just basically get shot and mag dumped to the point you're on the ground and becoming Swiss cheese. But in the dream, you're basically like an anime character that can literally catch bullets with your fingers. Like, and then you can fling the bullet as fast as a bullet back to the person and be like, and then they get. Some just insane anime shit, dude. I may or may not have done like the most mildest racisms there. Maybe. Expectation versus reality. I mean, no shit, dude. Expectation versus reality. A good thing this bowl's stainless steel. I will admit that. But what song is this? Oh, no thanks. Make sure this isn't clogged. I'm like, I know how this motherfucker likes to clout. There you go. There we go. Well, oh, he is like knocked the fuck out. Oh my god, that doggo is knocked the fuck out and it's so cute. It is so adorable. It's ridiculous. It's like a little croissant ball. A burnt croissant, but he's so croissant. Oh, this is so cute. It's just so adorable how he's just knocked out. Don't worry. I can cut bullets with my katana midair. Okay, let's think about this. Bullet comes at you, and you come at it. Well, shit. and you come at it and slice it vertically, and now you have two halves of a bullet still coming towards you. Well, hold on. I can maybe somewhat explain this, and I can understand why there's some anime logic with that in theory, may work. I will say this. It will fuck the katana up and will not make it a good sword anymore if you do it. But in theory, maybe. Depending on the bullet. Because, like, with, lead jacketed or, like, even, like, soft point bullets, like, because I've shot these rounds, with my AK with 7.62 by 39. And those rounds, like, when they hit a target, especially when it comes to steel, that the bullet will literally just explode, basically. Like, it will shatter in a bunch of pieces. Like, so if it were to split, even if it's not necessarily directly down the middle, like, it would break apart pretty easily because it's a far softer metal in comparison to what a katana steel would be. It's one of those things where it's kind of like in part physics, in part chemistry, and part, like, not gravity, but like kinetic energy. Let's say it's not soft metal then. So like a armor piercing around, like some hard metal jacket kind of stuff, full metal jacket, armor piercing. I mean, because still, theoretically, it could break apart still. Because it's not made by the same metallic components of, like, what a katana is or any sword or that type of steel in general. So it's really just based off of the kinetic energy of the rifle, and also, like, if you're just fucking lucky enough, and also just happenstance, like, or honestly, because depending on where that energy disperses when it comes to that bullet, hitting the edge of the sword, that could vary. And honestly, you're still going to get shrapnel hitting you anyway. Dude, I've had shrapnel, like, I had one of my steel targets I was shooting, not the last time, but yeah, the second to last time that I went out shooting, where I was shooting at my target with my rifle, and a little bit of the lead jacket literally pierced me right here. I actually had a little bit of a wound, and like a burn mark, and a little bit of a scab right here on the edge of my nose, right next to my fucking eye, by the way, where I was just like, where I went, oh shit, oh fuck, what was that? I got it off, put my weapon on safety, put it down. I went, okay, hold up. And I, got the, like, took a selfie on myself and make sure my eye was okay. And I went, okay, I can still see in my eye. We're all good there. Oh, I got like a burn mark right here now. Well, better stand back next time. So, and that was just shrapnel that came back at me. Because of, because I was shooting that target and hitting it a bunch of times. But one of those times, due to fucking happenstance, one of those shrapnel bits of the fucking bullet specifically came right back right here, right next to my eye. So that's another reason why the cardinal rules of gun safety is, like, also, eyeglasses for one, and also for two, treat it with fucking respect. Because, like, you can have fun with it, and I did for the rest of the night, obviously. But it's like, you can have a moment where it's like, even if you're, just because you happen to be too close to a target, you'll get some shit that will just fly right back at you. So that's why also the distance between a target matters a lot as well. Because, you don't want to be hitting your target and then fucking blast back shit, hitting you right back in the face. That ain't good. Which, hey, at least, it's one of those things that you live and learn. But it also shows how much, powerful kinetic force, it happens to be with a 7.62. Because I was about, like, 15, 20 feet away-ish, give or take, from that target. It was the closer target that I set up. So I was like, boom, 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 hit a few of the other targets. I was like, well, here, let's just, like, fucking blast this, target that's close range. And I was hitting it every single time. And then after about, like, the 8th or 9th shot, somewhere around there, that's when it, boop, hit me in the face. I was like, And then I, reacted after like my next shot. I was like, oh wait, oh shit, what the fuck? I was like, oh wait, hold up. So I had to kind of like do a little quick double check real quick. But once I was fine, I just set myself back up and kept going with it. It was all good. But that's the whole thing about responsibility and safety is recognizing when, hey, hold up, you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself and shit. And sometimes, maybe got shit set up a little too close, and set it up a little farther away. So that was definitely at least something that I definitely learned, and hey, that's part of the learning experience. Sometimes was it a deadly thing or something that was going to end my life or even really jeopardize my vision, but frankly, it could have. If that shit hit me right in the fucking eye, I probably wouldn't have vision inside. I'd be legit a fucking pirate. I'd probably have an eye patch here permanently, which I meant will be badass, but do I really want that? No, I don't. It'd be badass though. I mean, it's something that I guess I would eventually accept and embrace, but dude, I don't want that. Because honestly, it would be the most stupidest way to get it. Well, how'd you get the eye patch? Oh, I was just shooting targets down range at, in the forest out here in Oregon and stuff. And then a little bit of the lead jacket just happened to be burning my eye out. Yeah. Yeah, what a dumb way to fucking, tell a story about an eye patch. It would be one thing if I was like, yeah, I got in a knife fight and he fucking jabbed my eyeball with his fucking knife and shit and took it out or something. Like, that would be completely a different situation. Yeah, I got it lost out in fucking Fallujah because one of those goddamn insurgents, fucking skimmed my eye and took it out, bro. So I got that scar on the side of my face. It ain't shit like that. Wait, so it'll break apart when the swordsman cuts it, which is near them? Yeah, exactly. The only way this could theoretically be safe is somehow the swordsman is able to cut the bullets in a way that stops their motion entirely. I mean, yeah, if they did it horizontally, like if they had like instead of the edge of the blade, but like the actual like width of the blade, that would be the only way that would work. And even then, that bullet is probably just going to go right through of it. Because swords also tend to be wobbly too. They're meant to be that way. Like if you ever like shake a sword, even if it's ceremonial or a real sword, they have a little wobble, to the blade. There's a reason for that. It's meant to kind of help disperse the kinetic energy in the sword so it doesn't break easily. So it doesn't shatter when you fucking like try to cut into something and it ends up being armor or a shield. The whole point is to disperse the kinetic energy. That's why, the blades of swords tend to be kind of wobbly. Not a lot, but they got a little wobble. And there's a reason for it. So it's like, even if you did horizontally, and a bullet happened to, fucking hit that shit, like, it's going to go right through it. I mean, the steel of a sword is pretty strong, but it's also, wobbly and not exactly meant to be like this strong shield and like very hyper firm. It's not like some titanium shit. So high chance it'll just end up in his foot. Well, yeah. Because, like, I mean, and even then, it's still going to probably pierce right through the sword and just hit him anyway. I'd love to see that in an actual samurai parody movie. He cuts the bullet, and it looks badass, but he looks down his foot, and it's like, fuck, shit fucking hurt foot. Yeah, dude. Yeah, like some shrapnel. He cuts the fucking bullet, but a lot of it spreads apart, but then a lot of it just hits his fucking foot. Dude, that'd be kind of funny, dude. He's just like, sure. Fuck, my foot. God damn it. He just starts grabbing his foot and he's bouncing around like, son of a bitch. Excuse me. Can I help you, Flag? Okay, this motherfucker keeps falling. Okay, is there a way to keep this in fucking place, please? Oh, right here. Yeah, there we go. All right. I think. Okay, that should. All right. I got hooked on something. All right, that should fix it. Dude, that flag's falling on me a lot lately. I'm starting to get sick of it. The other night it was fine, but tonight it was just like, okay, bro, what the hell? A lot of it's because this fucking shit will actually lean on it, so it ends up kind of flopping on my ass. Actually, I've been meaning to kind of flip it around a little bit and get this flag that I have over here put on this thing and switch it up a little bit. You know what? Not tonight, but I think I might. I think I might do that. I might switch up the flags a little bit, so we kind of change the background a little. Because I remember back in the Twitch days, people thought this meant the CSA, like the Confederate States of America, but like some alt flag version. I'm just like, how do you even get that in this shit? I get it with the CSA thing, but like, it literally looks like the IWW logo, but with different letters. It's like, how in the fuck do you get the Confederacy out of this? It's like, excuse me? Like, what? Granted, like, the Combined Syndicates of America is the acronym of the CSA, the Confederate States of America, so I get it, but, like, bruh, I think there's still a difference. A noticeable one at that. I can kind of get, like, maybe like a commie uprised version of, like, the CSA, because at least in Victoria and Victoria 2, you can technically do that, in that game, because alt history nerds like me love the Paradox Interactive games like Victoria 2, your Hearts of Iron, Europa Universalis, etc. Like, we're nerds for that shit. I am too. It's actually where this comes from. So it's just one of those things where it's like, shit. Do you remember when TJ mentioned that Peyton got a tattoo that he didn't realize looked like something Nazi would have? I do remember a little bit, but I don't exactly remember the details about it. Because I do want to get tats, but I also want to get like some, Nordic tats as well. Because I have an idea how I want to do that. Because I want to do some arm sleeves, and I want, this arm to be like, some kind of like natural-esque, kind of like, some like, natural, nature-based, like, kind of like pagan style stuff. And that includes Nordic runes, because I want to do like a Nordic, knot armband around here, have some runes here of different Nordic runes and shit, and then like some cool natural stuff here. And then down here grows into like, different stuff like, that relates to things like, environmentalism, nature, just stuff like that, because I have an idea about how to grow it. I just haven't really thought the whole idea. I just have the basic foundation where I want like some Nordic knots going down right here. There's some runes here, and then some knots that grow here that end up looking like some trees, like a Douglas fir, and a few other natural, native plants in the Cascadia that are around here for me, that, I'm familiar with. And then down below, I want to add some other shit, but I just don't know quite yet. Over here, I want to add some, like, union industrial, like, worker shit stuff, like anarchism stuff. Like, maybe I want to do, like, that symbol right here, but maybe, like, start it up here and then have some stuff kind of work its way down. Like, maybe add some cogs that are attached to that work its way down with different stuff in between in the center of them and shit like that. Like, I got some ideas about doing some sleeves on my arms, but I just need to fucking commit to it already, goddammit. Because I think it would be badass, but the one thing that's kind of put me off is, like, I know how to start and I want to do it here, but how I'm going to start is going to be with those Nordic runes and shit right here, then everything going on from there. It's like, I don't want to necessarily look like a Nazi, so to speak, just because, like, someone looks at a rune like the Volknut or some shit and be like, are you some sort of Aryan boy? And it's like, fuck no, I'm going to smash the fuck out of their face as far as I care. It's like, I mean, if anything, they're appropriating shit that I respect and actually love and want to, express. So they're appropriating shit that I want. So fuck their ass. What they're doing is genuine cultural appropriation. Like what I want to do, it ain't on close to that. In fact, actually, now that I think about it, maybe I can have like that shit I'm talking about here, but as it goes down, maybe like more Cascadian based, like native indigenous elements, like a little blend a little bit. As it goes down the arm, maybe I have the Chinook tribes, salmon, logo a little bit. Oh, dude, that would be beautiful to have on my. Oh, dude, that's a good idea. Shit. Because, dude, the Chinook like have a really beautiful flag, when it comes to their tribe and stuff, and oh my god, it's so beautiful. With the Chinook, salmon with its like native like runes, runic kind of like knot design and stuff. Oh, dude, that would be beautiful, dude. Dude, that'd be actually kind of cool to have on this forearm right here, like right there, dude. Right there, dude. That'd be awesome. You know what? I think with the mixture of it, it would be pretty obvious, to kind of keep it, separate, especially, So I don't know. I definitely want to like get some sleeves going on, and I'm trying to figure out ways to build that up. But I want to at least start with one and then go with the other, or maybe build both over time. But I want to at least try to get like some basic, bigger designs, to start with, and then add everything else to kind of fill in the gaps a little bit. So, I think that Chinook, like salmon, symbol a little bit, like that type of shit right there. That'd be, really cool design to have, with the mixture of the combination and everything. Like I'm also looking at my arm and imagining that right now, and I'm just like, I want it. That'd be so dope. I need to just fucking commit to it, dude. I need to do that. But I'm just gonna have to do that for next year because I got too much money I need to invest in those shit right now. So that's gonna have to be a New Year's resolution and actually fucking mean that this time, when it comes to it next year for sure. Just get the ball rolling on it. Oh, I just saw another idea. Oh, if I get like the Nordic kind of rune thing I'm talking about here, like with knots here, some runes here, and maybe like some knots that kind of lead into like some natural like growth here. Dude, what if I have like the Cascadian flag melded in with the Douglas fir that I want like right here? Where you got like the green here, the white stripe here, and then that blue, and it kind of fades out. And it's kind of like a little circle fade a little bit. Like, dude, I'm starting to think of some ideas. Oh, dude, the ideas are really starting to come forth. Because I've already been committed about like how I want to do some of my tats, but I never really truly like wanted to like figure out like where specifically to kind of go with building the sleeves idea. Because I have an idea how to establish them. Because I want some shit over here too for like a little armband, but I think I want to do some like more industrialization kind of based kind of stuff. Did you ever see the comments already? Well, I saw the paint. Well, some of it. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't see all of it. I think it was a bird or something surrounded by a red background. It was meant to be tribal or something. Oh, I think I know what you mean. It was meant to be like maybe like an eagle with a red background, but it probably looks too much like an imperial German eagle with a red background, which, yeah. I think if someone is not knowledgeable about what that is looking like, that would kind of look Nazistic. That's kind of the reason why I didn't really commit with what I want to do here yet. Because I don't want that. Because if anything, I'll be like, no, I'm an anti-fascist. This isn't what that's about. Like, because if you want questions, I'll certainly answer them. But let's put that out of the way first. Stream with that for a second. Might suggest the three monsters of Norse mythology, dude. Which ones? Because I know of a few. Nazi-Nar? No. Obviously from what Rose said, I guess the stream kind of buffered for a second. But what I'm talking about is maybe having like some naturalistic, like indigenous style things. Like, cause I got Norwegian and like North Germanic background and stuff, so I wanted to always have like some Nordic, knots right here that are like attached to like some Nordic runes right here. Norse Nazi? Fuck no, dude. Are you trolling or are you actually being serious to that? Because of course I'm not. Anyway, what I'm saying is that like, I mean, I've always wanted to have like some different like Nordic knots, around here, like a Volknut, and then maybe like a Nordic rune for life, which is basically just a Y symbol like this. Well, hold on, like that, basically, essentially, and then there's there's a few other runes I want to have, where it's just like with life, prosperity, and exploration, because like the Nordic compass rune is related to that, and when it comes to being an explorer, because I tend to be that way. I'm a very exploreful mind that wants to go out and see the world and see nature or shit. So definitely tied in with me. So there's definitely like runes I want to put on myself for that and have it on the armband, but I don't want that connection. You have to be the worst Nazi I've ever heard of. Well, because I'm literally antithetical to that. And honestly, the fact that I have to kind of, elaborate the idea that like, having these, runes and stuff, tatted on me because Nazis appropriated this bullshit is unfortunately stupid, because like, I don't want to have to clarify that, but that's why honestly, like, I'm kind of committing the idea of like putting the, Chinook tribal, thing right here as well, on top of a few other things, when it comes to being indigenous, well, not indigenous, but at least, born and raised here in Cascadia. Like, I truly identify being here, and I love this place, and I want to, in a way, learn how, the people, here before me, treated this land, because I respect this land. I love this place. I don't want to leave it. It's my home. And I want to respect it like the home it, that the indigenous people have treated as their home. Like, I want to respect it like that. Shame not catching the movie reference. Oh, my bad. Someone live chat on the onion stream imitating painting. It's like, hey, TJ, take out my new Buddhist symbol tattoo. We're supposed to be rounding up the Jews. I thought we were supposed to help them escape. America in a nutshell, prior to World War II. We're all Serpent, Venuer, Hell, Children of Loki. Oh. Well, one of them is Sleipnir. And the only reason why those children exist is because Loki transspecied and transgendered himself into a female mare and got fucked by a horse. Never forget that. Do you think Vosh wishes he could be Loki? Or is Vosh the modern day Loki? Loki always wanted to be the horse. And Vosh himself says he always wanted to be the horse. So, is he? Overload to my country cause Merc freedom. Oh, you mother! Oh shit! Oh shit! Hold up! This motherfucker over here trying to get some Aquafina. Hold up. You're gonna observe. Oh, Mickey the Rat, you bastard! Oh, you saw? Oh, there he was. See, Mickey the Rat. There he was. That was Mickey the Rat, dude. Mickey the Rat. Mickey the fucking Rat, bro. Mickey the Rat. Oh, there he was. Oh, see, there's Mickey. That is Mickey the Rat. There you see. Oh my God! He really is so desperate to get that water. Oh, someone thirsty? Someone thirsty? Yeah, Zukov, get over there. Come on, up, boy, up, boy. Where are you? Hey, Zukov, you're not doing your job. Oh my God, the 12, dude. If I had the 12 right now, I'd be blasting, motherfucker. Zukov, get over there. Mickey the Rat is over here chilling, dude. I think he might have fucked off. I think he realized it's too risky. Bastard. Wow. If one of the mythical apocalypses happened, which one would you pick, religions included? Fuck. This is actually kind of tough. Honestly, Norse mythology, at least from the ones I am aware of, because like even though Ragnarok would happen and like actual Earth Midgard would be basically burnt in sorts fire and all that shit, blah blah blah. Like I mean, either you're gonna like rise up and try to fight against like Hell's warriors and the ice giants and all that shit, as a mere man, and fucking, maybe earn your way into Valhalla and all that shit, and but at the same time, like maybe not. But unless you're like sickly, old, and decrepit or some shit like that, you're pretty much are guaranteed to either live in the afterlife of Midgard or Valhalla or in Asgard, or in Frey's Hall as well, because Frey also has the first pickings, when it comes to the fallen in battle. So, and also like when it comes to the afterlife of Midgard, like it's actually pretty peaceful. It's like pretty content, it's pretty much like the best that can be of what normal life would be on Earth, where it's like we have good fruitful harvests, good drinks at the end of the night, we're all partying, all good stuff, it's all fine. Still gotta work, but it's actually worth it, and we actually make something of ourselves, and it's a good, simple, fun life of Midgard and blah blah blah. So it's actually not that bad, So like, I mean, there's multiple different variations of the afterlife you can kind of find yourself in Norse mythology, and straight up, I mean, at least 3 out of the 4, not that bad. 2 of them for sure in Asgard are definitely great, but the middle ground is definitely could be way worse, but it's actually pretty good. And then Helheim, don't want to be there. Don't want to be good. It's just basically, it's not like hell like in the Christian mythos. It's just basically depressing, bunch of people who are pretty much caught with the plague, sickly, old people, decrepit, like it's like filled with Joe Biden's dying COVID patients, shit like that. It's miserable and depressing, but not like in the traditional way of hell, where it's like hellfire and torture and all that. So it's not that. It's actually in a weird way worse. So not a good place to be. But unless you're like sickly, old, decrepit, or whatever the fuck, I mean, unless you fall in any of those categories, and even then, if you can at least prove yourself in a way, like hence like in battle or whatever, it's like, because then there was a, what was his name? Fucking Ivar the Boneless, like one of Ragnar Lothbrok's sons. Ivar the Boneless, he had a bone condition to where, he had very brittle bones, especially in his legs, and can't walk. And he would straight up ride in a chariot and shit like that in battle and stuff. And certainly probably earned him, himself in the seat in Valhalla or, in Frey's Hall and shit as well, So it's like, I mean, despite his decrepit, aspects of himself, he kind of saw himself as like, he needed to prove himself, and in a way did. I mean, Ivar the Bowman certainly got his name because of that shit, but it's still fucking direct shit. I mean, he was a fearsome fucking warrior and was very fucking ruthless. I mean, he's even killed a few of his own brothers, too. I mean, at least from what we understand about him. So he's certainly a very ruthless motherfucker. Probably for maybe good reason, especially when it comes to his beliefs. He had to kind of be fanatic like that to kind of prove himself to fucking Odin or to Frey, even. Whoever, he still had to prove that. Drapshir's death sentence not because of the Death Angels or the Horsemen or anything like that. It's because of remember, right? It happens so in the ocean, so they're supposed to turn to blood, so there goes the environment. Yeah. Yeah, that too. Drapshir would be the worst fucking situation. Actually think I have the best chance against? Well, I think my answer would say the same, especially with what I said. Because think about it, it's like 75% chance you get a quarter of that being like, it's good actually, but could have been better. Could have had a better gamble, but it's actually good. And then you got 2 out of those 4 options where it's actually like, yeah. But then 1 out of those 3 options is like, this sucks. So 75% chance of actually having something that's either pretty good or pretty good. Like good. And then that 25% chance where it's like, eh. But that also has to depend on the roll of the dice. In this case, a world success will look like enough people surviving to rebuild population, but many people will perish. Yeah, well, the one caveat with Ragnarok is only 2 moral like men that exist. One man and one woman, and after Ragnarok, they're meant to like kind of rebirth the population of man on Earth. So, kind of some Adam and Eve-esque kind of shit a little bit. But the whole theme around it is basically like, there's a cycle, in a sense. Like, life comes with death, and death, from that comes life, and, it's a whole cycle. Like, it almost is like a kind of repeated process kind of thing. What about Scientology? Oh, I don't know much about, like, the whole Armageddon, like, Revelation style of their beliefs, but at least when it comes to the idea of, like, having your own, like, afterlife and basically being a god of your own kingdom. Same with Mormonism. I mean, I could kind of vibe with that a little bit, but their beliefs are fucking wonky, and also I don't know what their like, afterlife / like, Armageddon rapture shit is, like when it comes to the end of the world stuff. Like, I don't know exactly 100%. That's why I never really went with it yet. Because the afterlife sounds pretty awesome, especially if, like, you could be a god of your own planet and shit. That's pretty dope. Because, I have a benevolent, like, badass fucking planet. It would be a dope planet, dude. I think a rat fucked off. I haven't seen that little rat over here yet. Little Mickey. Little bastard. No thanks to you, Sukov. You could have been over there to fucking stop that little shit, but no. Little turd. For both of them, too. Yeah. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Be right back. Of course, Zukov listens to that and starts walking over here, being like, "Oh, wait, what? Excuse me." Come here. had to literally pick this damn dog up and carry him in the backyard for him to run around over there. And then he immediately went right back to the fucking door and was like, "Let me back in." Little bitch, bro. It's like, nah, I don't want that. Fucking goober. What a goob. Ugh. Nice burp. Starting to feel a little bit of the munch. At the same time, I'm also feeling a little brewski. It's like, Decisions. Because cutoff ain't. The state cutoff ain't happening yet for like another 40 minutes. I'm like, it could go on for a little longer, but at the same time, it's like, could just wrap it up and just munch the fuck out. Decisions. I do have some time to think about it, at least. So, I'm really kind of thinking about it right now. Decisions. It's funny enough, I actually do kind of have some stickers I kind of want to put up too. There's a few spots that kind of props them up. Be a little rebel about that. Man, I'm starting to have some decisions about this right now. I'm starting to have a little dilemma. I could, because there's one part of me that's just like, man, just chill and just like hang out and just like lay back and I could fuck. There's part of me that says that, but there's another part of me where I'm just like, I got some energy. I could walk around, walk the dog maybe a little bit and cruise around the neighborhood a little bit. Maybe get like, some snacks, on top of whatever munchies I got, here at home, and maybe one more brewski. Like, I'm kind of going for a low-key dilemma right now. Like, what do I want to do? I mean, it's a 3-day weekend. It's my birthday, so I don't give a fuck one way or the other. I mean, it's my time to be libertine as far as I care. So, Well, to be fair, I got some business for tomorrow. That's fuck. Guys, maybe we're gonna be having that show. But it's still early though. You know what? God damn it. I'm not quite hungry yet. But I know my little pooch is like energetic and wants to play. I don't know why he didn't want to hang out in my backyard, but he's still in a playful mood. He's just being very princessy about that. Prissy. He's being very prissy. So, That'd be a good way to drain some of his energy for a night. I think I might be settling in what I want to do. But if I do it, it's probably not going to be continuous streamed on for that long, because I will say, at least at the very end, when which I'm pretty sure I'm getting close to it, the idea of walking my little Zuzu, walking around, getting some snacks and stuff like that. I mean, even if I streamed to that and came back home, I mean, I'll be like, all right, smoke a warm bowl, calling it good. So, and plus it's dark as shit out there, so it ain't even worth it. So, well, at least, take some time to chill a little more. I got plenty of time before I can really consider that, so I'm not in no rush. I'm just going to chill and slowly but surely kind of grind this up and get an arbor going. I think Biden's guardian angel is going to be happy soon. Come on, any minute now. Yes, but no, because it's just like with how much, of a weird fuck that guy is. Like, I mean, do they really want him in heaven? It's like any minute now, so we can deny you and you can be sent to Lucifer where you belong. But at the same time, does Lucifer even want his ass? That's why, like, there needs to be like a separate hell instead of hell itself. Because people like you and me would like co-opt and like literally overpower and take over hell itself and just make it a badass place. Because heaven would just be a horrible shithole. So there needs to be like a shithole for the shithole. Because we're going to conquer hell and make it our own. So I know that for a fact. I'm going to instill the revolution in, Hell's kingdom. When it comes to Lucifer's kingdom, I'm going to, if Demon Mama or anyone else or all these other motherfuckers haven't conquered hell, let me kill Mister or anyone else, and I'm doing it, dude. I'm going to conquer that shit. I'm going to instill the revolution, bro. If I ain't going to be able to do it in a lifetime of myself, then I'm going to be fucking doing that shit in hell. Doggo. Do you need a bath? You know what? I think after the walk, I think he might get that too. Because while I'm giving him a bath, I can make my food. And also, while we're at it, I think I'll get you around too for your little free treatments. You've actually been pretty good. You haven't had any problems, but you've been getting more scritchy lately in the last couple of days, so I think you might need a round 2 electric boogaloo. So we're going to get you all nice cleaned up, especially for tomorrow. You need to be on your best behavior and be a good old prince instead of a princess like you are, you little queer boy. Rose, I have conquered hell. Where have you been? Purgatory. You conquered purgatory? Oh, yeah, it was easy. There was nobody here, so I just put up sign purgatory is now under the domination of Rosebud. Well, hey, can't go wrong with that, man. Can't go wrong with that shit. Snack machines in the lobby. And the entire, realm of purgatory is literally just a lobby. It's just a lobby that has hallways that lead to other lobbies. That's purgatory. It's just literally lobbies upon lobbies. It's like the back rooms, but it's just lobbies with hallways that, with every turn you go to, it's another lobby. So, yeah. It's not exactly the greatest thing, but every lobby's got some different shit going on. So depending on what turn, of the corner you make, you might find yourself in a lobby that's like, that ain't too bad. But that's the thing about purgatory. It could be, or it could be like, oh my god, this sucks. This is but dog shit. So, depending on, it depends. That's the thing about purgatory. So, if you conquer that shit, I'm assuming at the bare line minimal, it's like, it's alright. And then, at best, it's like, kind of a cool lobby. It's cool comic books, shit on TV's actually pretty dope. Wi-Fi's free, and I can fucking access your internet and just cool shit. And each person gets their own hotel room with not great sheets, but, they're clean and above average in comfort. Yeah, that's what I would assume. Because when you take the elevators, they're basically the back rooms to the hotels, and you just have to find a room, and any key works for any room. So it just kind of depends on where, you feel like you're satisfied, when it comes to, finding your spot. It's just one of those things where, it's purgatory. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's there. It's like, there's definitely some complaints that you can make, some nitpicks you can make for sure, but, it could be definitely worse. Comfort's tight. The accommodations are okay. But it could be better. It's like one of those like 3.5 to 4.5 star places where it's like, yeah, it's alright. Cool stuff. Could be better though. Also, and tell me what you think of this detail. The food quality is better than fast food, but not as good as the sit down. I'd say that's fair. That's kind of what I would think, for a hotel. Like, definitely better than fast food, but honestly, like those microwavable like waffles or like those like instant prep shit you can get from the store. It's that shit. That's what it is. Not as good as sit down, better than the fast food, but you can make it at home. And if you're making it at home, you can upgrade the quality, doing your own thing a little bit. But if it's at a hotel, it's just going to be the corporate standard of just like doing what it says on the box and just leave it at that. And that it's definitely better than fast food, but not as good as a sit down. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Because at home, if you had that shit, you could doctor it up a little bit, add a few little things, or some other, some shit like that, right? But hotel ain't gonna be doing that shit. I'm just gonna go by the standard. Don't deviate from the standard. So, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Eggs are alright, but you gotta put a little more salt and pepper on yourself. Exactly. Dude. Yeah, you're getting it. You understand? Yeah, you get it. Because at home, if you made your own eggs, you just put that salt and pepper on your own, while you're making it and shit, right? Like, so it's all going to be dank as fuck. But they never add any of that shit when they're making it at the hotel. It's just standard. So you got to add everything yourself. Unfortunately, it's one of those things, but hey, better than fast food, but not like a sit down. Because, dude, my burger that I actually had a sunny side up egg. I had the, I don't know if anyone has Red Robins where they're at, but I had the Royal Red Robin burger, which is basically a breakfast burger. I had a sunny side up, dude. That shit was salt and peppered when it showed up to me, and it was the sunny side up that I love. Yolk is a little runny still, so you break that open, just the yolk just runs down everything, bro. It was actually legitimately a quality sunny side up. It was delicious. I still have some of that burger left over. I have like a third of it left. Dude, that's my munchies tonight. That's the munch that I have leftovers. I'm just thinking I want a little extra snacky, on top of that. That's why I'm having a dilemma right now. That's why I'm kind of still chilling here a little bit. Actually, I'm doing some time checks just to make sure I can guarantee my potentiality. So, which, we're still doing okay. But either way, we're on the munch clock. That's for sure. Oh my god, dude. Say what you want about Red Robin, but I could kind of see why I saw some skibbity zoomy kids there earlier today. Because apparently, like, the restaurant side of Red Robin lately has actually been a lot more popular this year, and that includes younger kids, too, from what I could tell. Like, I saw, like, college kids, high school kids, young adult families, and also boomer families like ours. Well, the ones who I was hanging out with a little bit. No offense to them. I love them, bless them. But, it's just like, there's a legit strong mix of different people there. And considering how I think a lot of youth tend to be there, they're trying to, because one thing we found out is that the happy hour they used to do across the board is only at the bar now. And they only recently changed that. And that was new to me. And I was just like, oh, while we're waiting for our friends, I was like half tempted to like, you know what? I'm going to go to the bar and grab a drink pregame. I was half tempted to say that, but I'm like, you know what? I want to be the mature, like, I'm not, be like, I definitely, I'm fine, We'll just wait, be patient saints. But I was tempted a little bit there. Because, they had a ramp to get there, for them. And I was like, well, I'll just sit there and wait, We'll just, like, once they arrive, we'll let them, sit themselves and we'll meet them over there once we finish, our drinks and go over there. And, like, I put it out there, but they didn't, none of them pulled the trigger on that. I was like, because I was kind of feeling it, because we were sitting there for like 30 fucking minutes, waiting, and stuff. So it's like, not because they were busy necessarily, just because like we had to wait for the rest of the party, for all of us to be seated, or at least enough of us to be there to seat ourselves, and there wasn't enough for us. So like, it's stupid corporate policy bullshit, but nonetheless, it's like, because honestly, their bar looked really stocked and like hella like full of like 30 different craps, like straight up, let alone like national tab, stuff. And I'm like, whoa. I'm just like, why is like a national like brand restaurant place like this so stocked up for their bar? Like, I mean, I looked at their bar and I'm like, this is basically like the equivalent of like any other bar that I would go to here. Like the Heritage is about as stocked as that bar. Like the bar I go to is about as stocked as that bar. I was like, whoa. I was actually pretty genuinely surprised by that. I was like that bar might as well be its own thing that just happens to be contracted by Red Robin at this point, because like it was its own thing straight up. And the whole happy hour thing being strictly over there, I can understand why, because they're trying to get their bartenders, over, at that place, to get a little extra money in their pockets, for tips and stuff like that, which, honestly valid, but I just don't think that happy hour strictly at the bar thing is going to work really. That has to be like a weekend thing if it's honestly going to work. Like Saturdays to Sundays, happy hour is only at the bar, but weekdays it's all across the board in the restaurant. That would work. I didn't even mention that. I should have said something about that, because one of their managers was talking to us a little bit about it, because we asked questions about like, didn't it used to be this way and blah blah blah, and even he agreed. It's like, that's just how corporate wants us to do it. I don't even agree with it, because I don't even think it makes sense. And I even told him, it's like, hey, I've been going for a lot of walkthroughs at my store lately, and man, I understand you with corporate not making sense with the shit, dude. Like it does, like, because hey, I assumed that it was because they're trying to get the bartenders more money and stuff. And hey, your answer pretty much validated my assumption, because you and I, you deal with corporate shit, I deal with corporate shit. I can see where that shit, ends up lining up. I can see where their decisions end up being made, and where corporate is trying to think about why that decision ought to be made. And him and I are like, oh yeah. Like, we both went like, yeah. Like, because once I said that, he was like, oh yeah, he gets it. Like, he gets it. Because I wasn't really saying much, but when he was explaining that, it's like, oh hey, that's what I was saying, because I assumed that it was just because, trying to get the bartenders, in the bar more business in comparison to the rest of the restaurant. It's like, yeah, pretty much. Because this year, the bar hasn't got much, business. But last year, it got a lot of business, and the restaurant side didn't. So corporate just makes decisions based on how their business overall goes with. And that's been the trend lately this year. So now they're just trying to kind of focus on the bar right now. I'm just like, yeah, I get it. Still dumb. I understand that, I got no control in that shit, so, hey, it is what it is. Because we even tried to persuade our waiter, too, because it was a different dude that was with us, and it was like, would it be all right to maybe, buy a drink over there for the happy hour price and then bring it back over here? And it's like, unfortunately not, mainly because we don't want to double charge you, and also, like, that will confuse the bartenders as well, and they probably won't know that unless you told them. And even if they were okay with it, it's a policy and thing, and that would potentially put us liable, and obviously that wouldn't be good. So even though we would be okay with that, and honestly the whole policy in general is dumb, we've had this question asked to us multiple times. We can't make exceptions, unfortunately. And it's like, and I was like, hey, totally fine, I get it, because I said the same thing. It's like, I have the same shit said to me. I've been doing this shit for 8 fucking years. Like, I get it. Not not in a restaurant sense, but ain't that much difference. Customer service, nonetheless. Actually, I'll wrap it a little funny bow with a little story with this. Because one of my mom's friends from the physical rehab place that she's staying at for right now, like, she was saying, it's like, well, if we can't get happy hour and we can't really get in the bar, isn't that kind of discrimination? And I was like, and I told her, it's like, I'm pretty sure they have a ramp to where y'all can get over there. Just ask them about it. And my mom did. And I don't think, her friend heard that because she's like, well, isn't it kind of discrimination for us to not be able to get in there for a happy hour if we want it? Even though we can't have a table and this and that and blah blah. And he's like, well, we have a ramp up there, and y'all could be able to have access to a booth and stuff. I mean, if you want, you could wait, for a minute. He even offered that too. Like I was saying, to them, it's like, if you want to wait, for your the rest of your party, if you want to at least have a, happy hour drink over there, that's fine. But they never answered about that. Even for me, I was kind of like, why aren't you taking advantage of that? They do have a way to get up there. I mean, it's like, goddamn. Because I know my family friend who had a birthday, earlier, it's like she would have, even her and I were, debating, do we want to go up there and just like wait for our food and have our happy hour birthday drinks and have a little moment and stuff. And I was kind of putting, pressure in a little bit, but she was like, oh, if it's only like a $2 difference, for happy hour, then whatever, we can have it here. But I was kind of like, well, I kind of want to talk to you and catch up a little bit and, all this other stuff. Because there was also, weirdly enough, like a little business talk I kind of want to have at first, especially with like the, insurance claim stuff about like, the wreck that happened back in February and all sort of shit. So I kind of wanted to like talk with her one-on-one about that, but, it's kind of a respect the vibe thing. Didn't want to abandon everybody else, with my mom and her friend, with my family friend, just all of them just kind of like having to awkwardly talk to each other without us to kind of help like pick up the vibe in a way. So I got it, but it's one of those things where it's like, kind of wish, because hey, drinks would be cheaper. And plus, it was on the house for her too. At least it became my food and her and my drink on top of her stuff. So it's like, honestly, I was kind of putting it out there because it would be cheaper on her pocket. I mean, all in all, it's one of those things where it's kind of like hindsight's a bitch. But, whatever. Still fun vibe. Still fun night. But, anyway. Wait, hold on. I think there's one more little comment I almost missed. Just remember a creepy also from a few years back to now, actually. The first story is about someone in near-death state standing in line in an afterlife to escape to get into heaven. And the horror came from how long in line you had to wait for like thousands of years potentially. There was how the angels were already God's slaves or really God's slaves, and that he had 8 people who came into heaven. It was like a butchery. I like the first one more personally. Yeah, I like the first one because it actually kind of in a weird way makes more sense. With how many, people are born and die and shit like that, almost, actually, it would kind of be almost like a horror of like the gates of heaven is actually like the gates of reincarnation, and you never truly ever get in the gates of heaven or go into heaven. It's basically like, well, you died, but guess what? We're giving you a assigned, predetermined life, to go back, to the grind, basically, and you don't get to choose, kind of thing. Because obviously there's like more people being born than ever, is all this other shit. So like that would actually make sense too. Almost kind of like a rebirth, reincarnation / like birth factory almost, which does kind of tie into the whole forced birtherist kind of thing about like, propagating life, and shit. So almost like a factory farm kind of thing in a different form. Definitely, I think either way, I think either 3 of those would certainly be interesting. Go, why do you need to eat us? I don't. I just like digesting you. No! Yes, now feel the eternity of being turned into my shit. And what's worse is that we might as well already be living that as it is. But now to truly feel the literal version of that would honestly be in itself its own hell. I might start fearing him if this is reality. Yeah, honestly, I still wouldn't believe in him, but I legit fear God, at this point, if that was reality. I'd be like, oh, Oh, oh no. I'd actually be legit be freaked out. You feel yourself being turned into fecal matter, then expelled. Oh my god. No. Okay. I wanted to wrap it up with a bowl about like how one of my mom's friends wanted to be kind of low-key a Karen about the whole about like happy hour and stuff at Red Robin and how corporate sucks balls. But now you just made the bow a very shitty bow. God damn it. I was hoping the bow would be nice. Holy shit. This could be some body horror stuff, dude. Dude, I'm feeling it now. I'm a very vivid, imaginative person and just... Dude, people like TJ and like boar enthusiasts would be like, oh God, I'm being digested alive. Fuck. Dude, people like TJ would be actually turned on by this. You know that, right? Oh my god, this is getting worse, isn't it? This could be the body horror where you get eaten with a bunch of people and you're all fused together. Nah, I don't want that. I don't need that, nor want that. Neither need nor want that shit. Anyway, find a little bone. Get myself some foo-foo. Stuff like that. It's like record for Puss Boots here. That's horrible. Wait, everything you represent's horrible. You're horrible. Yeah. Oh, now you just realize that. Bing. But anyway, before this unfortunately starts getting worse, I'm gonna wrap it up now. So I'll call good, and we'll have at least 2 fun little birthday streams. A little prelude, either before or after my business I need to deal with, and then a little karaoke party sesh, a little stream, for later in the evening. So I'm fine to stay tuned for all that shit. But anyway, call it good for now. So peace out, Tulu, and all that shit. And don't let God ingest you and fuse you with, the mortal man of sin, tonight, because that would be a very bad thing, wouldn't it?